Welcome all Rocket League fans, and especially those who are new or old to this SSA scene. If you guys have not fallen in love with it, this is one more weekend that you'll get to join the people here. Myself, Ultrism, it is my greatest honor to bring you the Winter Open Playoffs day number 2. And I'm joined by just equally as passionate people here on the desk. We've got Greybeard on analyst for the first series, Triple M and Muzz going to be bringing you that action. And of course, Pyro J joining us throughout the weekend to bring you even more of that international fire. I hope you guys have a wonderful weekend. And gentlemen, we have gotten to already see some amazing Rocket League. We're going to get to see some amazing Rocket League right now. Also, big shout out, of course, to ACGL in the background. You can't forget those guys right now, bringing you all the beautiful production value that you get to see. So without any further ado, gents, there has been so much happening. This is a long way, a year and a half really into the grand scheme of SSA Rocket League. And if we want to focus down onto the center of that right now, this weekend, the Winter Cup. We started to see yesterday, or last weekend, we got to see the closed qualifiers. And yesterday, we got to see their first look at our top 16 in these group stages. And what a couple of groups we had, 3 of them quite defined by the top of that. So if we can see those group stages flashing up right now, we get to see it was Limitless coming through in Group A that managed to do that in a 3-0 sweep, not dropping a single game. Nixa and Orlando Pirates also doing fantastically there, not troubled by any of the other teams. And then quite a surprising, confusing, exciting, and certainly chaotic Group D there coming through there with Team Fusion managing to take the top spot, and then WRG and Digital Devils managing to knock out SRZ. When we look ahead to how that pans out for today, Limitless, Orlando Pirates, Nixa, and Team Fusion managing to get themselves a pass-through automatically to the top 8 here today. Now, a couple of other teams having to fight it out yesterday. Marcus, you've been new to the scene, and tell us about some of the stories that have stood out to you along this long journey that we've had.
I mean, the story of Team Fusion is probably the most befitting where we should start today's narrative, because, I mean, they are a team that wasn't really expected to get through their group with the ease that they did, finishing top of the group in a group with SRZ and WRG as well is pretty impressive stuff. And obviously, they're a combination between the bros as well as MTG. So their story's been truly inspiring. They're not going to have it easy, though. They're coming up against an 80k team with 3 top 8 appearances just recently. So if they're going to have a run for their money, and we're going to have to see how long they can ride their luck and whether or not they truly, genuinely deserve to be there. And I have no doubt they want to prove that they deserve to be here. Then we've got Nixa and White Rabbit Gaming, a much closer tie at the top of things. You've got Nixa, who are 3 for 3 in terms of semi-final placements. Whenever they make it to top 8, you can pretty much put your money that they are going to end up in the semi-final. And White Rabbit Gaming, a team that we know has so much potential, a team that we've all spoken about with the inclusion of Kino and his mechanical ability and what that team is capable of. They still haven't hit those heights apart from that amazing final all the way back at Comic-Con late last year. So yeah, man, that's another good story. And then you go to Orlando Pirates and Apex Gaming. Orlando Pirates, strong top 4 contenders, arguably top 3, maybe even top 2, against an Apex team that also has experience appearing in the top 8. So that's another game that you got to keep an eye out for. And then of course we've got Limitless showing us why they're so great against Red Crown later today as well. So lots of interesting narratives, lots of interesting stories, and I'm excited to see them unfold before our eyes today.
Yeah, and Ultrism, and I want to bring up Galaxy as well, just to kind of bounce off of what Triple M is telling us here. Galaxy has been given that opportunity here by the ATK roster and Worthy to shine. Yesterday, doing superbly well, getting that finisher off. I think you and I were casting that game when I said, can we get Galaxy to get that finisher on the field? And he did just that, right? So, you know, I'm super stoked about that. But he was shooting 2 shots per every single game he played there, and just he's allowed to flourish up front when he's getting fed such decent ball there by Worthy and Wilu, right? And so that ATK roster, they're looking hot right now. They've got youngsters who they're given opportunities to, right? And even though they have a tough game today, I'm really excited to see how he's going to perform, right? Because I think he's always been a substitute on a lot of the rosters he's played on, and now finally getting to step up onto that main stage. And I do want to see how they're going to perform when it comes down to crunch time.
Yeah, ATK, we've looked at the fact that last year we got to chat to Werty. We talked about how their new rosters were developing over the time there and the growth that they were managing to see in that sort of team dynamic. They were very quickly finding their feet. And I mean, besides one big flurry at the beginning of last year, ATK didn't really feature at the end of it. It was just that bravado at that stage in Orlando Pirates that were fighting it out. This year, ATK has been revitalized and is back to that arguably top 2, top 3 role. We had them in that storyline at the beginning of last year and certainly looking for it. And if you guys are not aware, of course, how this Rlcs works, we have 2 tickets to the wild cards. 2 of our teams get to go overseas and challenge the best in the world, or at least those looking to be the best in the world, the best from their respective regions. And so we desperately want to send our 2 best. And one of those tickets basically secured so far by Limitless at the top there with 70 points. And then the fight comes out there. ATK, Orlando Pirates, names from last year, but some other big names, Greybeard, looking to take it, and such a tight top there.
Yeah, well, I think the the big thing here is it's not about winning this regional. I mean, obviously that's the immediate goal, but the story developing here is that we have one runaway horse, Limitless. They're way out in front, and barring some cataclysm, they're likely to secure one of those 2 spots. But look at this: Pirates, Nixa, ATK, White Rabbit Gaming, Apex, and Red Crown. It's so tight. And what's interesting here is all of those teams, with the exception of SRZ, are playing in the quarterfinals today. So much to play for. Vital for Apex because they're quite far down. They've got to perform to close that gap. But look at this. Knicks, Orlando Pirates, 3 points. White Rabbit Gaming, 3 points below that. ATK. You know, I don't think we have had a quarterfinals where so many of them mean so much.
Yeah, no, I must admit, if you think about our storyline from last year, it was kind of a idea of top 2 and then quite a big middle. Right now, it's 1. Top 1. That's it. That's all that's decided. And it means that there's so much more to play for. Now we've got the depth to go all the way down to 7th place, effectively. All the way down to 7th place has a chance to leapfrog everyone else being able to make that 2nd or 3rd slot. That's the sort of difference. There's 5 spots up for grabs here that a team could shift depending on how well they do throughout the whole of today. And of course, the 3 matches tomorrow, the 2 semifinals and the finals. Today, the action is going to start at the bottom of the bracket where we have Nixa versus WRG to start it out. And then we work our way up the brackets to bring you the rest of the quarterfinal games that we got to see there today. For our first series, though, WRG versus Nixa. Muzz, you started to touch on this earlier where you said these 2 teams, the potential of one versus the experience of the other, and both of them have never really peaked, in my opinion.
I mean, it's tough, right, here, Ultrasm, because both of these are really strong teams, right? They've even got land experience on local soil, you know, and for me, it comes down to, you know, Mr. Low, we know those saving gloves are often on when we talk about this player. Even on Nibble, saved a ton and did so yesterday when we started out in the Winter Open as well. Whereas yesterday, White Rabbit Gaming, though, the shooting wasn't all kind of put together. A lot of woodwork and post been hit, and only Kino, the one that was really getting it into the back of the net, right? So if that is to be the case, then it's going to be Mr. Low pushing out a lot of shots coming out from White Rabbit Gaming, and we saw already Skills still doing a lot of work up front. Then, you know, White Rabbit Gaming kind of struggle a little bit to beat this side, but we do have that best of 7, and we know that, you know, who has the clutch up potential? It is White Rabbit Gaming. So it's going to be very close here. I want to see a deep series. I kind of, you know, I'm going to favor Nix a little bit more than Rabbit, but, you know, I think we're going to have such a series on our hands, Jolt.
You have some time to get that prediction locked in later. Don't worry, my friend.
All
We'll
right.
get to that. But Greybeard, you're on the analyst position here today, and looking at the scoreboard, there's nothing in it between these 2. So talk to me about what's going to be the difference in terms of the mechanics of each of these players, the play styles of each of these teams, and how the 2 of them are going to clash up.
I mean, not only in the numbers are they as close as they are, and you know what? If we have to pick a favorite based on numbers, it is Nixa who pipped them, but only ever so slightly. But they are 3 points separated in the overall rankings. It is, they're both now very experienced RLCS teams. They've been out there competing, so there's none of that sort of newbie on stream. Oh, I'm nervous. They know what it's like, competing in front of everyone on stream. So it comes down to who is feeling it today, who's got the clutch factor right here, right now on the day. And I think that's what separates them, because there's nothing else separating these two teams. You try and find, but it's not there. It's now, today, the best of 7 about to happen.
Marcus, let's start with you. Let's finish off talking to you a little bit, and then I need to get some predictions from you guys right now. So, Marcus, your question. Out of these 6, who, if anyone, has really proven themselves to maybe be a defining factor for either of these two teams?
For me, when you look at Nixa, I think they've been the more consistent. Obviously, what WRG have been regional finalists, but they, again, haven't really hit those heights consistently. So for me, Nixa's that team that I'm eyeing and I'm looking at, I'm thinking like they could potentially get that second wildcard spot. They could potentially push really high up towards the end of the season. But yeah, I'm going to go with Nixa. And in terms of predictions for this particular series, I'm going to back Nixa as well. I think they've got what it takes to actually take this game and wrap it up. I'm going to go for a Nixa win within 5 games.
Within 5, guys. I'm very interested. And if you've got any individual people, if you guys at home would like to get involved with this conversation, I know that we've had people like Kino's fans always shouting for him in the chat. If you want to back your team, if you want to back either of these two, please put on the hashtag WRG for White Rabbit Gaming and hashtag NXH, I believe it is, for Nixa. And we want to see what you guys have got. We want to see what the crowd vote is, because both these teams have deservedly got a lot of passionate fans behind them. They've got some individual mechanically skilled players. Muzz, you're also going to be there in the field. And who are you excited to see? And how does that affect how you're going to be voting for the series?
I mean, I'm excited to see all 6 of these players get onto the field, right? We've seen that growth of Kino, we've seen that growth of Wee Casper as well. And so, when you look at this White Rabbit Gaming side, they're just a bunch of really talented young players that are taking our whole entire SSA region by storm. On the other side, though, experience, right? Mr. Low skill still, they are, they're not playing around. These guys have gone to lands, they've gone overseas, they've played on world-class teams, they've been with Snowy as well, touch and shoulders almost with greatness. And so, when you're up against Nixa, well, you're up against quite a tall foe. And so if it's only going to be Kino shooting like it was yesterday, they're going to have to try dig deep into their bag of tricks to see what else they can do. And, we know that Nixa, they've got everything. So, I mean, I want to see all 6. I want to see an absolute banger of a game. I'm probably going to follow Triple M here and say Nixa as well to win. I'm not going to give you any type of scoreline. I want this going deep. But yeah, Nixa with all my heart.
Okay, 2 for Nixa and we've got Greybeard. My bad. Sorry, we need to get into this game right now. And so far, WRG winning with 69% of the fan vote. Is that the way you're going, or are you going to stick with the panel completely against the crowd?
Well, we're a little bit different to the fan vote here, aren't we? The big thing I think that is going to motivate Nixa, this is their first time in a bracket run where they're not going to meet Limitless unless they get to the final. I think that's going to be huge motivation for them. So I think they are going to take it.
Oh, I like that. Nixa, just from how much they want this and how much of a chance this is for them here today. 3, White Rabbit Gaming. You said Nixa, right? You said Nixa.
I did say Nixa.
Okay,
yes.
Okay, I like to make sure that I'm not the one making the mistake. 3 for Nixa going against the crowd. I am very surprised, guys. Of course, the potential of these teams, but I'm going to go WRG. It's not just to split the panel there. I think Kino has been top form. I think if they can fix their mistakes and really play at their best, we could see a WRG victory, and I'm going to go with the crowd on this. We're going to have to find out what's going on. We have Muzz and Triple M bringing the first series to you with the players warming up their engines. It's time to get into the action for game number 1 here on the Winter Cup Saturday playoff division. Get going, guys.
Well, we have quite a delectable sort of start to what is going to be a brilliant meal here. A good appetizer to start things off between Nixa and WRG. One of them 3 times semi-finalist, one of them a regional finalist, a team that has LAN experience as well. And which one of those teams will come out on top, I don't really know, but I'm excited to find out. Obviously, I went for a strong prediction with Nixa to win within 5 games, but nothing is ever conclusive in life, and so we'll find out. That's why it's a prediction and not a certainty. I'm excited.
I mean, exactly that, right? Triple M. So let's see how both these teams are going to do. We've got one that kind of, did land Comic Con, and one did land, Rage, and we've got winners versus runners up. And let's see kind of how, that fares on the field today. I mean, I'm excited to see if there's going to be a little bit more shooting accuracy coming out from this side of White Rabbit game. And I think you and I saw yesterday quite a lot of woodwork having come out with that shooting percentages. And so can they do it here? Oh, already Archeon going up to get the shot that Akina will successfully push that one out.
Yeah, early pressure here from Nixa and some early defending here from White Rabbit Gaming. It's Mr. Low going tall, weak Casper with the back touch, and it's Archeon with a wayward touch into the middle. It's a nice little pass in from Skill Steal, and Mr. Low goes up, but to no avail, unfortunately. And now WRG may be getting a semblance of something in this opening 60 seconds. It's Kino going tall, looking for the middle, and unfortunately not able to get much. It hits the post from Wee Casper, and it will go the other way. Pretty, I want to say, even start here, even though, that looks like it's going to go in. It's Friction, and he misses it. It's still 0-0.
Yeah, good early attempt here coming up from White Rabbit Gaming as well. Weak Casper following up from that shot there of Christian. Mr. Low there, of course, the strong man at the back having to push that one out. And so, Nixa, they do not concede here in our first opening minute of the game. Kino again taking a shot there. Definitely White Rabbit Gaming now holding onto the shooting game and the position so far here in our game number 1. Triple M, a best of 7, right? You can always shrug off even games 1 and 2 and go all the distance, when we talk about these single elim games here.
Absolutely. It's Friction now going tall, as you made your point. It's Kino with the shot. Archeon takes it the other way, and Nixa, they're a team with, again, we talk about WRG having potential. I think Nixa have a lot of potential, unfulfilled potential by their standards anyways. It's Archeon playing it in. The demo comes in. It rolls across the net, and in agonizing fashion, Mr. Low can do nothing but watch from the halfway line as he decided not to rotate in there. That decision might prove to be pivotal. It's Friction now into the path of Kino, and it goes over the top. Mr. Low with some great defense. Only 5 beans in the tank, making the most of a bad situation.
Yeah, you don't want to get a ball going so precariously over your backboard like that from Skills still, right? And just allowing almost White Rabbit Gaming just to take a shot on there. But already Archon here with the counter attack already. Wee Casper though shoves it out. Missed it by Skill still. Open opportunity. And Archeon does find that near post to be able to shove it out there. Mr. Low is going to try drive this on the right hand flank. Already Kino there to bolster them out. Skill still is there. Can they bring it down here? Triple M is going to try. Oh, there we go. The Doomsday comes out. Hello.
Beautiful shot. Beautiful goal. Not really the most conventional of goals, but it works.
If that's in, that's fine. That puts Nixa ahead. We'll take it, right?
Absolutely. It's 1-0 with 12 seconds, well, 2 minutes and 12 seconds to go. Archeon and Kino take the kickoff. Skill Steal puts it into the final, the attacking third there, and can't get past Friction. It's now Wee Casper going onto the wall, looking for some service. He's got Kino in the middle and potentially Friction behind him, who's been demoed, but will spawn in a defensive position. It's Mr. Low who goes for the demo as well, misses it, and now I don't know here. Nixa, they get a second goal, and it's looking like almost like a wrap here in game 1. If WRG need to respond, and they need to respond quickly, they've only got just over 90 seconds. It comes to a very dangerous place here. Kino plays it into the middle, gets past Mr. Low, puts it on a plate, and Wee Casper, unfortunately, can't get there quick enough. He's heavily contested by a very, very potent Nixa defense. It's a Wee Casper again having a second bite at the cherry, but this cherry just, it ain't going down.
Yeah, and when you have taken already 6 shots, man. Oh, okay. On their 7th attempt there, Friction able to send that one home here, Triple M. So just when we thought, this game was going to be put to bed, Friction says, there's still a lot of time left on this clock.
Absolutely brilliant. Absolutely brilliant from Friction. We've got a game on our hands with a minute 18 to go, and, WRG, they haven't been bad at all, I think, in this game. Besides that, the first opening minutes where they were under a lot of pressure, they dealt with it well, though, to be fair. Friction gets it into the path of Kino now, looking for a second. It's Casper around the corner and narrowly misses it. Steel could do nothing but wait, hope, and pray. And unfortunately for WRG, that one doesn't go in, but Friction will get another shot. Doesn't take it because Mr. Low is swift to clear. And wow, that I mean, I don't know how that didn't go in.
Yeah, a lot of mountain pressure being created by this White Rabbit gaming side, and Archeon, they're being caught in the nets alone, having to deal with the pressure. You can almost see the triple commits here getting put up here by Nick, so they want to possibly go to OT versus... Oh, that was very close. The Low takes the shot. The Kina comfortable at the back. Skill still can he get the second touch? The Archeon drives in as the third man. It goes wide. Possibly our first overtime coming in here, Triple M.
Possibly, not really too much backboard cover there from WRG, and they're lucky to get away with that one. It's Friction hitting that one towards his own net. Desperate times call for desperate measures. It's Casper now looking for the setup. Gets past one, can't get past the second, and Friction will have to do a little bit of patrolling here in the middle to make sure nothing untoward happens. It's Steal against the run of the defense in the bottom left corner. No keeper in the world is saving that with 6 seconds to go, 2-1.
The beautiful play there from Mr. Low. Gets the catch in the midfield, passes out there wide to Steal, who makes the catch, beats two defenders in that box of White Rabbit Gaming to score there. And as the clock counts down here, Triple M, I think we're not going to be too worried about overtime as Casper takes the flick. And unfortunately, they're Kino not able to get the dunk onto the heads of Nixa. So there we go. Game number 1 going towards Nixa.
Yeah, Nixa taking that game number 1 close in terms of the shots. In fact, you might be surprised to find out that WRG actually had more shots. They had 10 shots in comparison to Nixa's 5. But again, high quality shots over low quality shots every day of the week. And even though WRG were able to mount the pressure, you always felt that Nixa created the more clear-cut chances. I mean, they literally had a ball rolling. Dominance may be too strong of a word. Marginally better performance there from Nixa than their opponents, and I think going into game number 2, I think Nixa looking kind of strong here.
Yeah, I mean, you know what? You don't always have to be controlling the game from the onset, right? We saw White Rabbit Gaming do so, but they're not just able to finish as clinically as they would like to. Whereas, you know, Knicks are taking a little more opportunities there. They find and pass and plays to each other. We saw at the end now, loaded skill still. Beautiful play there. Archeon just rounding out the team. And so, you know, Knicks that just seem to be holding down their own for now, Triple M. Whereas White Rabbit Gaming, you know, they throw in shots towards that net, but nothing going in right now. And they need one, they need one lucky one to go in there.
Yeah, sometimes it's all you need, a bit of luck to swing the momentum in your favor. And at this level, it comes down to those moments. It really, really does. We go to the Forbidden Temple now in game number 2 to find out what the fate is for WRG. Will they prevail or will they fall and continue to fall behind in this series? It's Steal now in the ceiling with an awkward touch. Casper goes up and Archeon replies. The very firm response there. And Mr. Low now looking for a very low play there and almost sneaks that one through. I think his opponent was expecting a flick and he decides to go with the cool and composed dribble across the ground. And Mr. Low there, very, very, very strong confidence not to go for that save.
Yeah, I mean, it's great when you see the variety of shots coming up from this pro player. Sorry, you know, especially when you expect them to go high, look for a dunk, and Low keeps that one grounded, tries to fake out Friction at the back. Of course, luckily was able to push that one out. Archeon tries to take the shot on there. They do have Casper in the demo onto skill as well. Yeah, Kino, can he drive it up? Can we see the shots again, the flurry of shots come out here for White Rabbit Gaming as they do make an attempt? Possible dunk there from Casper and Archeon to push it out.
To your point about WRG and their shooting, you made a point earlier about Kino being the main force, the main menace in that team. I think we've seen Casper be involved and being orchestrating a lot of their attacks. It's Mr. Low forces a good save out of Friction, and Kino doing some great work to keep that one in the air, give his team enough time to recuperate. And Casper again going for a shot. Mr. Low calmer than a cucumber there with the great save. And it's Archeon now who can't get to that one. Doesn't have enough beans in the tank, but Mr. Steal is there to take it away. I thought it was Mr. Low. But yeah, still 0-0.
0-0 here, Forbidden Temple, and both these teams now, I mean, this is it, right? We look at a best of 7 single Ilum, Triple M, and, you know, one of these teams is sadly going to be the one that's packing it out. And I think, you know, as we mentioned there in the green room, we have one of the best series here on our hands. We because we know this one's going to go deep because both of these teams are such fierce competitors there. Nice little touch there coming up from Mr. Low, just pips it wide, but Friction as well was there with the save. Steal from the right-hand side, trying to get it in, and now still an onslaught here from Nixa though through Low, but gets shoved out. Archeon is going to catch this one on the midway line. Shot on from Kino. Skill up, pushes it out.
Yeah, Mr. Low now taking a bad touch. Casper looks to punish, and he does so in immaculate fashion. Swift, quick, aware, alert. That's exactly what you need at this level, and Casper is up to the task. Made a mountain of an easy shot, but he had to because he had to readjust his car. Brilliant stuff, and that is the moment that maybe WRG needed to swing the momentum in their favor and take the series the distance as so many have predicted.
Yeah, very quick third man up there in Casper. So he saw that Archeon was faltering a little bit with that clearance, and he was already driving it up, and he got the perfect dunk onto Nix as well. So we do see White Rabbit Gaming now take the lead for the first time in the series here on game number 2. And Kino, well, he'll make it 2.
He does make it 2, and so far he's making me look foolish with my prediction because WRG have come out swinging in this second game. 2 minutes and 24 seconds to go, and it isn't just Kino pulling the strings here. It's a team game from WRG. They look synergized here, and I like that. It's not just one individual dominating proceedings. Mr. Low does a really good job of putting pressure there. Skill Steal will come across and give chase. It's Friction now. He misses the ball, and so too does Skill Steal, but Mr. Low is up to the task and plays it across. Friction lurking like a vulture in the enemy box, and unfortunately can't get a touch, but Kino plays it across and flashes it across the enemy lines, but nobody's there to finish it. And, Nixa live to fight another day, but they've got to find a goal here, you feel. Otherwise, this one is starting to feel like a WRG more and more as the seconds tick by. It's Mr. Low again, playing it in, and unfortunately, Archeon goes for the bump instead of waiting on the back post for the finish there. Ah, man, that could have been a goal. Mr. Low again with another bite of the cherry, but doesn't succeed.
Yeah, as this kind of clock starts ticking down ever so slowly here, you want Nixa to be able to cement those and just kind of minimize the mistakes they're making there, where Archeon is getting those bumps, and obviously Skill's still a little bit too far back to be able to drive in as a third man as well. Casper says thank you. He'll have the free goal there as well. Seems to be a bit of scrappy defense here from Nixa. Archeon drives it to the midway line, and Casper waits ever so patiently. Also finds Low a little bit awkward as he has to make a backflip just to get there. And oh man, well, you know what, Marcus, we saw kind of White Rabbit Gaming take a flurry of shots yesterday and not, sink in too many home. They've taken 3 goals right now, perfect.
Yep, they found the shooting boots, and it's always a good thing in Rocket League when you can put the ball in the back of the net. It's Friction now with some good pressure, gets a second touch, over one, Kino, and can't get there. It's Mr. Low who takes it away. Very good backboard defense there, alert and aware. It's a sign of a player who really is in his element, but unfortunately for Nixa, as a team, they're not in their element in this game so far. The Forbidden Temple hasn't been very kind here. It's been a tough one, and hopefully they can recover in the games to come. But for now, ooh. And that just symbolizes the game right there. Skill Steal and Low not in a position to do anything about it. And Archeon has to watch a ball roll into the back of his net and is helpless to a shot. I believe it's from Casper, yeah.
There kind of so many gaps been left open in defense here from Nixa that Casper is waiting almost offsides if that existed just to be able to send his home here at Triple M. So I think that's the second goal he scored like that, where he was just waiting patiently for any type of opportunity being left open here from the Nixa side in defense, where they're also a little bit too far up and that third man is not back for them to be able to score. So overcommitting here from the Nixa side, and a very opportunistic Casper has allowed 4 goals to the good.
Absolutely, and that's excellent analysis for what has been a pretty dominant performance. Kino going tall, and his teammates actually whacked that one away into the heavens. A bit of miscommunication there from White Rabbit Gaming, and nothing too harmful. Fairly innocuous when you're 4-0 up with 6 seconds to go. Mr. Low plays that one across, but it's not going to produce any consolations. Nixa falling to the mighty WRG, and they've translated that dominant performance in terms of shots in the last game into a high conversion rate in this game with 7 shots, 4 goals, and limiting the opposition to nothing on the scoreboard.
Yeah, I mean, you know what? We kind of have mentioned quite a lot of times that we saw Kino shooting a lot. We were a little worried and stressed out for WRG and how they were going to shoot. Maybe they heard us. Maybe they wanted to prove us wrong here, Triple M, because they have done superbly well, right? They came into the series here almost 9 shots per game average from yesterday. And now, well, hell, they take 7 shots here and they already score 4 goals. So, you know, they've found the edge on them. But, you know, they've only tied up the series 1 game apiece. So let's all calm down. You know, take a big, breath in, and let's see how we go when we head into game number 3.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, game 2 was a complete contrasting story to game 1, but how many times have we seen that over the years? It's not as significant as it always seems at first. And well, game number 3 looming on the horizon. It will be interesting to see how Nixa respond to that. I will point out that Casper had a particularly good game there. I think it's fair to say he was the chief orchestrator for WRG going forward. A lot of touches in the opposition third, and I think was really, really influential on the offensive end. He didn't make any saves defensively either, so that should tell you how involved he is. Maybe that's something Nixa need to look at. We are back in the action here in game number 3, and it's Casper who gets an early touch across. I'm excited for this series now because it looks like we finally have opened a can of beans that is going to lead to some great entertainment.
You know, we kind of everyone talks about a caster's curse, but obviously there's a panel curse as well, because I think, you know, half of us voted for Nixa. Now, of course, White Rabbit Gaming do seem to have the panel buff, it would seem right now. Kino has to try to get rid of that ball. Ooh, almost a cheeky shot there coming up from Archeon, but there's a demo onto low as well, allowing friction just to slow down that play in the clearance. So, you know, White Rabbit Gaming, they seem to be, you know, holding their own right now. You know, they're just holding on to position, making sure they slow down the play. They don't have to play Nix's game at all. It's all about what they know and what they've learned to do.
Absolutely. Good demo coming in there from Casper. Kino with no beans in the tank has to rotate out of a very chaotic situation on that front post. It's Casper now again doing so much on the offensive end, and Kino now will take his time with this touch as Archeon pressures. Steel puts it into the path of Mr. Low, who looks to play it forward but gets contested. So far, good start, and Casper putting some pressure on early on. Viction almost flashing that one in, and Mr. Low is going to take a sweet time with that touch. Perhaps too casual there, but it's okay. Steel continues the play, and now Casper will control. It's, wow, very, very end-to-end stuff here early on in this game, and I want to say we don't really know who's... Ooh, it's a good shot from Steel there.
Oh, another
I was going to say... And it's another one. It's Mr. Low. This one goes in. I didn't quite expect him to sneak that in, but he does despite being demoed, and it's an early 1-0 lead here.
Yeah, oh, there we go. See, Kino goes up preemptively, looks for that bump on the shooter, which was low. And, you know, you find the demo, then the trajectory of the ball's going and allows Low to score that. So that's kind of a little late possibly there from Kino in that bump play. And, you know, unfortunately, White Rabbit Gaming not really suspecting what Nixa were up to there. So finally, Nixa again taking a lead for now. Of course, we have some White Rabbit Gaming be pretty strong. Well, there it is. Archeon will find the back of the net.
Yeah, Kino will be absolutely fuming there, and so too will Casper. Both went for the same ball on the backboard. Completely unnecessary there. Unforced error that leads to a second goal for Nixa. And WRG find themselves in a particularly precarious situation with 3 minutes and 50 seconds to go. A demo comes in. Steel looking for the double touch, and he can't get it. It's a beautiful attempt. Probably deserved the goal. Hopefully he'll have a second bite at the cherry later, because I tell you what, that was really beautiful play there. It's Kino now, gets past one. It's an open net, and he gets one on the board. WRG are 1 goal away from redemption.
Oh, goodness. And Kino drives this all the way by himself from his own half, right all the way up the right-hand side, fakes out the first player, gets past the second. Seems to be an open net for Nixa at the back there as well, allowing Kino to walk that one in. It almost seems to be the story of the series thus far. You know, goals don't have to be too flashy. They're almost going to walk in off kind of poor defense. Oh, that was close from Kino. Almost got the dunk down Low's head. Low was going to have none of that. White Rabbit Gaming looking at it. Tie up this game. Skill has to push that one out onto the near post. Oh, Marcus. An absolute ball game on our hands.
It is a ball game indeed. Ballers FC versus Ballers United, because both teams are balling out at the moment. It's Wee Casper playing it across. Mr. Lowe has to play towards his own net. Good back pass into Skill Steal, and Friction will intercept. No boost now. He has to back out. Archeon will take over the play. It's now into the path of Mr. Lowe. It's an open net. Skill Steal goes for the bump, and Friction avoids the bump, gets the ball, and Kino now takes it the other way. He can't go for the spectacular, so he goes for the pass instead. Wee Casper receives, and it's back into the path of Friction. End-to-end stuff here, and I cannot believe how close it is between these two teams. It's Skill Steal with a great catch from a ceiling attempt there from his foe. Kino gets past two and can't get past the third. It was off target anyways, but Archeon wasn't taking any chances, and Kino, another friendly little nudge towards the post there, and Wee Casper with the dunk from the heavens to finish what was an immaculate setup from Kino.
Yeah, Kino just popping this one all to the left-hand side, finds Casper very briefly on that backboard. Arkin as well getting that one up. Actually, did get a hand to the made a save, but of course, Wee Casper driving the full body through that shot there. They find the equalizer here, 4 goals up on our scoreboard here, 1:30 left of regulation time. Well, we knew it was going to be a ball game. We didn't know it was going to be this close. It's been a physical game. Nixa have been absolutely bumping and looking for any type of physical action they can get you. Kino has to make a save there onto Skill. Skill already about attributed with how many shots? 4 there. Just his name shows you how prolific they have been up front though so far. Just the defense, I think, from both these sides as well, been so darn good right now. Kino trying to fight on that midway line, has to get backed up by Friction. Skills there, makes a save. Ooh, the angle not good enough for Kino to send that one in. Oh, a miss by Casper as well.
Yeah, an uncharacteristic miss from Wee Casper there on the front post. Archeon has a chance to play it through here. Goes by himself because his teammates are nowhere to be found in the opposition box and nearly makes something of it. It's Wee Casper now who'll take it the other way. Skill Steal with a great challenge there as Mr. Lowe rotates out. It's Friction now. And just going back and forth. It's a game of tennis. It's Mr. Lowe now with an open net. Wee Casper. I didn't see him there on the back post. He makes a very composed save. Good positioning by Wee Casper there, and possibly one of the moments of the game as overtime is looming with 26 seconds to go.
Well, Casper is sitting on that savior medal right now, so he's doing superbly well there in the back. Lowe takes a shot though. Casper won't get it that time around on the near post, and my goodness, Lowe brings the absolute thunder down onto Wee Casper.
Yeah, Mr. Lowe with the finish, but it was Skill Steal with the pass. A delectable finish, honestly. Wee Casper's left to just watch that one roll in and basically land near his bonnet. You can't do much about those ones. Very difficult to save. Wee Casper now looking desperately for a response. It's Friction, redirects into the path of nobody, and Skill Steal will take it the other way. Unfortunately, there wasn't anyone in the vicinity. Kano was too late, and, because Wee Casper played the initial pass, he couldn't get on the end of his own pass. And, almost a goal there for Nixa to add salt into the wounds. That one is a GG. So game number 3 goes back into the favor of Nixa. And I tell you what, that game, probably the closest of the 3, yeah?
Yeah, I mean, the pendulum has swung back there, Triple M. Nixa, they're going to be very, very, very happy with that performance. They're also picking up his own savior medal as well. So much work between both these sides. A lot of demos they're coming out from White Rabbit Gaming. It's a very physical game out there. It's going to be blood and bruises for all 6 of these players when they come off. But yeah, we knew this series would be hotly contested, yeah, Triple M. And, these players have not let us down one bit.
Absolutely. And you look at the WRG side and Kino having 6 of their 8 shots. So Wee Casper and Friction only having 1 shot on goal according to Rocket League. And I mean, you look at the Nixa side, it's more spread out. The attacks, the threats in the opposition half, it's coming from everywhere. You can't just watch Low, you can't just watch Skill Steal. You've also got to think about Archeon as well. Lots of orchestrated team attacks from Nixa in that game, whereas with WRG, you almost felt that the individual plays there were going to save them. We saw Kino go for the spectacular and almost get away with it. What a goal that would have been, by the way. So WRG not really finding themselves there as a team, and Nixa getting the better of them. We are going into game number 4. It'll be interesting to see how this one plays out now. The ball is back in the court of WRG, and they need to respond. It's a scintillating series that is honestly getting more and more sizzling as the action continues to progress here.
I mean, you know, if you've spent channel points on this series here at Triple M, it's going to be anyone's ball game at this point because both these teams are bringing absolute fire here to the pitch. Shot on by Mr. Lowe. They're driven up by skill still. Almost got the dunk, though, early on. Of course, White Rabbit Gaming, they're strong at the back. They don't mess around. They're able to shove that one out. Casper finds the demo onto Archon as well. Just, you know, they had so many demos from our previous game here. But here we are, number 4. Can White Rabbit Gaming bring a tie in our series? And Kino does think so.
Kino doing Kino type things from down yonder, downtown, all the way in his own half. With 30 seconds gone, he finds WRG an early lead here, and Nixa find themselves in a situation where they now have to respond. And, well, I mean, it's going according to script so far, going according to the pattern of the series early on. It's Archeon! Oh my word, what a shot! It's a lot more difficult than it initially looked, believe you me, because the initial setup and the follow to track the trajectory of that ball and to still finish. Oh, mate, that's beautiful.
Yeah, absolute decent pass to self. And of course, as you mentioned, you know, the tight read from that corner. He also snuck it in and just clipped the top right-hand corner of that goal post there. So Archeon just squeezing that one in, but does find the equalizer here on Utopia. And man, oh man, ooh, okay, Low, pulling out the mechanics, and Archeon finds his second.
And the WRG lead has evaporated in a matter of 10 seconds from leading to drawing to now behind in a game against Nixa. It's so quick how Rocket League can change. Like, it just changes so quickly, is what I meant to say there. And it can be a really cruel game sometimes. It's Mr. Low now with a good kickoff there. It's Archeon putting on the pressure. And all of a sudden, Nixa have a spring in their step. It's Low now with a touch straight into Kino. What can he do with this? He produces some really good first touch there, but can't follow it up. And so far, man, it's hard to say who's in the ascendancy because we've only had just over a minute gone. And, I mean, the scoreboard says Nixa, but I think WRG are going to respond here.
Oh, yeah, as they do. They have only taken 2 shots here on the side of Orange thus far, so not too many opportunities being there created for WRG. And, of course, Casper having to desperately poke that one out here. Another onslaught here coming up from Nixa. Demo onto Skill still, however. And Kino, can he shove this one out down yonder? Archeon is there with the touch. Can he find a hat trick? It's going to be kept at bay and onto the midline right now. Low. Stopped by Casper. Kino is there to follow up. Doesn't have his own 100 as well. Has to play from the corner. Skill still trying to get it. Oh, he's past 2. Can he get past 3? Oh, he's actually beaten Low. Skill has to rush back here. Going to be a quick counter attack here coming out from White Rabbit Gaming. Alas, able to poke that one in.
Unfortunately not, but Mr. Low looking for a pass. Gets it in just over Archeon. Too heavy of a pass there, but it's okay. He rotates all the way back. Almost in perfect synchronicity with the ball there. It's now Friction looking to play this one in. He's got Kino as an option, but unfortunately can't do much with that. And so far, it's been a story of the entire series, really. But apart that game too, every game has been pretty close. And this game, no different. It's a good shot by Friction! And unfortunately, Mr. Low, I don't know if that one was going in. It looked very close. I don't think he needs to touch that, but obviously, easier setup here. Yeah, that's a tough one.
That does look like it was going to go into the crossbar. So definitely would have been a touch to the crossbar. And obviously backboard save from Low. There was the attempt, but he did drive it down. And there's the equalizer in our game for WRG through the very unfortunate own goal from Low. Can they make up for it now as they try and drive this to the midway line? Low's there, pass 1. Can they do something here? Kino. Man, this player's always hungry for the ball. I don't think, Triple M, we often do not see Kino without that ball. Beautiful setup for Casper. They find the back of the net and they find the lead.
I'm lost for words. He's just simply magnificent, isn't he? Casper will get the credit, but Kino did all the work. It's 3-2 now in the favor of WRG, and now Nix's lead has evaporated. It's a game of back and forwards, a game of 2 halves, a game of 2 stories, and wow. We are lucky to be witnessing this beautiful game of Rocket League between these 2 teams. It's chaos here in the middle of the park, but Kino gets it away. It's now back into the path of Kino, who takes a shot. It's Archeon, has to make a very good save there. Mr. Low, unfortunately, hitting into the path of his foe there, but now will make up for it with a good pass across the field. Now, can Nixa conjure up something here? It's unfortunately going to be a no. And yeah, man, it's just over 90 seconds to go.
And White Rabbit Gaming are looking like they're in that pound seat right now. Triple M. Oh, Friction also wants to get in on the action. Not going to, be upset by his teammates and Casper and Kino here. Skill still. Can he play it from the corner and find a play inside? Kino will be able to block the one out. Archeon coming in as well. Will be able to find Low in that midfield. Unfortunately not. Low wants to hold on to possession right now. He's going to try again. He did pick up the 100 as well. Can he, take those aerial acrobatics through to the net? Skill out to the midfield. Friction. Oh, beautiful play and read from him there. Low though, send it all the way downfield. Again, they are trailing by 1. It's now or never.
It's now or never indeed. It's time to decide. Archeon off the backboard. Who will follow? It's Archeon again with what some might say an unnecessary second touch there, but the idea was brilliant from Archeon. Just unfortunately the execution not there. Friction can't get that one away. It's Kino now left to do the janitorial duties here, mopping up the mistakes of his teammate. It's Skillsteel now who takes it across, pops it into the air, and Kino again, he's been so involved for WRG, so many key touches in the middle of the park. It's Mr. Low now who gets a bite of the cherry. Unfortunately can't do much. We Casper into the path of Kino. Off the backboard, who can touch? It's going to be Mr. Low to take it the other way. And now Nixa looking for a response. They've got 10 seconds to find the goal that would send this game to a potential overtime. Skillsteel gets past 2, almost casually and very nonchalantly. It's a good pinch from Archeon. And Mr. Low can't find the finish. WRG narrowly see that one out. And after taking a lead in just the opening 30 seconds, they take game number 4.
Oh, and there we go. Another swing of our pendulum going towards White Rabbit Gaming. We tie up the series yet again here at Triple M, 2 apiece. Well, here we go. This I think you had mentioned something like in 5. Unfortunately, that's not going to happen anymore. So we'll just, see now how the rest of this plays out. But it's such a beautiful game of Rocket League here. We know everyone is doing their utmost best. It's just going back and forth. And, unfortunately, when you get to game 7, there isn't too much room left anymore for a back and forth, and someone has to be crowned the victor. So it's happening. It's happening for us.
It is happening, and WRG absolutely shutting me up and proving my predictions wrong. We love it because that means we're getting a close series of Rocket League, and that's all you ever really want, whether you're on the desk or in the audience watching. This is a delectable medley of Rocket League splendor. And you look at the shots there from WRG, they had, I believe it's 8 shots between the 3 of them, but Nixa also having 8 shots. So it was a very close game, and the scoreline accurately reflects that. And going into Wasteland for game number 4, it'll be interesting to see how Nixa respond now. The ball is in their court once more, and can they find a way to scrap their way back into the lead on Wasteland? We're about to find out. It's 3, 2, 1, and away we go. It's an oh so important kickoff. You almost feel like one that can really swing the momentum here, and Skillsteel with an early touch. Low going tall, gets it off the backboard, but Kino is having none of it. It's some early pressure here, and unfortunately Archeon misreads that. Otherwise, I think that would have been a goal early on. But if buts and maybes don't count, and it's still 0-0.
Yeah, favorable kickoff there for Nexus. They were in the driver's seat, and Archeon almost sending that one into the back of the net. And now Skillsteel, can he still do something with this? He gets past Friction. Friction, though, does get the push out, finds the beautiful catch of Kino. And just the early pressure from Nixa doing absolute wonders. They want to try to score early. They want to take that lead because, we've seen them take leads and then they win. And we've seen White Rabbit Gaming take leads and then they win, right? And it's almost, first team to score is going to do something. Oh, that crossbar back again to the backboard. Unfortunately, both players not able to cement that one in. And now Canterbury, a quick counter-attack here from Nixa, but it's back to Casper and to the safety of White Rabbit Gaming.
Well, we Casper almost getting on the end of that one there. Good work on the backboard by Skillsteel, followed up by Archeon again off the backboard into the path of Friction. Unfortunately, there was a friendly foe there at the top waiting to put that into the back of the net, but it isn't meant to be. So far, very close game here. We've seen flashes across both nets, but not really anything too threatening, from either team. And again, another close game. I'm loving this series. It really has lived up to the popular prediction that it would be very close. Not sure how the chat voted, but I imagine whichever side you picked, whether it was WRG or Nixa, you probably thought it was going to be close. It's Skillsteel! Oh my word! That must have been over 60% of the ball crossing the line, and somehow We Casper pulls a brilliant save to match an excellent shot.
Yeah, I think, Kino came with half of his Twitter supporters here just to, spice up that vote there in the chat. I believe it was White Rabbit Gaming to score Friction. Awkwardly has to keep that out. Backboard, though, from Archeon. Skill here to recover. Can they do something? Low keeps it out while they're very high up. Is it going to be an opportunity here for White Rabbit Gaming? Oh, my goodness. Kino takes a shot there, but Archeon is there with a beautiful save.
Unbelievable. Absolutely unbelievable. Casper now taking control, plays it across. It's flashed across the Nixa box again, and Fiction and Kino are nowhere to be seen at the where the ball's basically just rolling across the line, and it's just like so unfortunate. I'm losing my words here because I can't even call the action. Archeon finally scores, and that's a good sign. Finally, we get a goal.
And full team participation there. Low did pass down to Skill. Skill found Archeon, and they got the back of the net. The good old 1-2-3 there, Triple M. And my goodness, we basically played half of this game just to get one goal. That's how vicious it is. And I think, Wasteland always brings it out in players, right? This is the Mad Max feel here. It's just, we want to see ferocious play come out.
Well, it is a wasteland, and we've seen some very, very scrappy Rocket League, and sometimes scrappy games are the most entertaining, where it isn't easy. It is a fight. It is a fight to the death, a fight for every 50-50, a fight for every loose ball, and no team is making life easy here for their opposition counterparts. It's now Casper looking towards his own net. Low intercepts and punishes a bad touch, but luckily Kino comes to save the day. And again, WRG catch themselves in a very precarious situation there, but they live to fight another day. It's Kino with a lot of boost here, followed up by Fiction into the path of Casper, who waits patiently on the halfway line. He's not risking... Ooh, Skill Steal with a shot and a half there to make it 2.
Yeah, Low absolutely bangs the one all the way downfield. They go end to end, and Skills is able just to get up quickly and get that second touch there on the backboard as well. So Mr. Low just doing so well to find that read. Ball comes down from his own goal post, and he absolutely whacks it. 90% of the field way. And there we go, Nixa with a commanding lead now when it counts Triple M. 90 seconds remain.
Well, with 90 seconds to go, I still don't feel this one is over. Nixa have got to ride the wave here. Mr. Low with the great touch into the path of Skill Steal, and it's that man again, Kino, getting that one out. Fiction now has all the work to do here. He goes across to get a second touch. Low with the redirect. We'll call it a backwards pass into Skill Steal with the great flick. A second one as well, and unfortunately can't get past the third to complete the trifecta. Good pass in here. Again, no WRG players in the box. They're not being potent enough with these chances. They flashed it across the Nixa goal several times on occasions here, and they just can't find a way to get the ball into the back of the net. Casper now is forced to rotate backwards. Kino rotating backwards. Fiction looking backwards. WRG backpedaling, and now they have a chance to take it the other way, but Kino does really well actually to recover what was otherwise a bad last touch there. And now it's Skill Steal, almost with an open net. Casper's got to go up, and he does. And 30 seconds to go. WRG is still in this one, but it's feeling more and more like a Nixa win as the clock continues to dwindle away.
A demo each there from either side. Just that's kind of the ferocity we've seen on the field. Also, the double commit there from Nixa just to punt the ball forward. There's so much emphasis on just making sure this ball can be driven towards the opposing net. There, Casper slightly going wide there to take that shot on, but of course with the clock ticking down here, Nixa in the pound seat right now. Archeon, maybe they're going to find one more. They're bringing down into Casper's head here. They're going to try see if they can pick up the consolation goal. The ball, of course, just has to be driven down right now. It's up. It's free. There's Kino. Skill, though, will bring that down. And that is game number 5 going to Nixa.
Yeah, Nixa taking a very dramatic game fight. I would almost liken it to a drunken bar fight with how scrappy that game was. Absolutely brilliant entertainment. Again, close in terms of the shots. WRG with 4 and, Nixa with 5. So narrowly just getting more shots. What did WRG need to do differently in that game? Because I almost felt like they just could never find the pass and then have a man in the middle waiting for it. That's what I'm going to go with.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen them hold onto the ball. We've seen them kind of take, the opportunities where they arise when Nixa make mistakes. but now we're seeing Nixa make less mistakes, right? Archeon also had kind of some, let's call them weaker clearances that Kino and WeCasper were taking advantage of, and now those don't exist anymore because there's such clinical presence here from Nixa. We also see them sometimes double committing to push that ball out. And so, when Nixa are doing these things and they're making sure they control the pace and they control the play of the ball and just hold on to it, well, then they starve with WRG just a tad, right? And, those demos as well, Triple M, I mean, you can hardly play when you don't exist on the field as well.
Yeah, I totally and utterly agree with that. And another interesting thing to point out is you said this earlier in the series. I think it's really come to fruition. No team is really controlling and bossing proceedings. The middle of the park is completely open between these two teams and anything goes. And kind of love that. It brings an edge to the series that is really befitting of these two teams and the narrative that they've created between themselves. Of course, WRG regional finalists and Nixa 3 times back-to-back regional semi-finalists. So we've got 2 high-caliber teams here giving us a high-caliber game of Rocket League. It's now Kino going into WeCasper, and a beautiful goal to start off game number 5. Wow. I mean, just wow.
Yeah, Kino absolutely driving that from the sidewall, finds Casper up in there, gets the dunk down, and this is kind of the finesse shots that we want to see coming out here from WRG. Strike early, strike true, and they did just that. Casper leading from the front, but of course, another Knicks are able to bounce back at any time here. Skill wants to take that opportunity, so does Mr. Lodo. Can they find Archeon? But Casper will be able to cut them out. Skill there hanging at the back. Kino takes a shot. Kino! Well. I mean, if this isn't the story of the series, right? Kino just seems to always be able to shoot true.
Yeah, giving WRG a comfortable lead, and I beg your pardon, it's actually game number 6, not game number 5, so apologies to the audience there. Yeah, good goal, really good goal. Kino with, the presence of mind to be in the right place at the right time, and often an underrated skill in Rocket League. It's now Archeon looking for a quick response into the path of Mr. Low, gets a friendly nudge into the path of Kino, who doesn't really make the most of a bad touch from his opponent there, but Friction is going to pick it up here, looking for the pinch. Can't get it because of some great defensive effort, and now Nixa take it the other way. Oh my word, great setup from Low, great follow by Skill Steal, and Archeon is left with it all to do here. He manages to keep up the pressure, but WeCasper is equal to the task. Kino now with a great redirect, and Kino almost getting on the end of what was a truly delectable touch from himself, but Low goes the other way and puts that one in, and unfortunately for Kino, that one's not a goal. Mr. Low takes it the other way.
And the quickest of counterattacks here coming in from Nixa. Skill still realizes that Low is all the way deep upfield with all the players from WRG a little too high up. He finds the booming pass once again there to Low, who's able to clip that one in. Finds not the equalizer just yet, but a goal that is much needed here for the side of Nixa. And it's something that we can see Nixa are doing really well. They can understand when their opponents are a little too high up on the field and they've got a man up that can be able to shoot. And so whether it's Low or Skill still punting that one downfield, they make a clean pass and it usually ends up in quite a decent goal, and Low was able to read that one just perfectly.
Yeah, good points, well made, my friend. I think that is a brilliant piece of analysis, and Skill Steal now taking his time with this one. It's Archeon. Ooh, just can't get that one. Kino nearly. Close. I mean, he does get there first, but nearly sneaking it past his opponent. It's Skill Steal now holding it up in the corner. Nixa now, they have to keep composed. They've still got 3 minutes, and it's only a 1-goal deficit, so it's not the most desirable situation, but certainly better than they were in before getting that first goal. So they've done well to keep themselves in this game. WRG now need to bring out the game management and show their experience here. It's a good shot. Friction, unfortunately, can't finish a touch from his own initial pass there. And again,
it's, White Rabbit gaming are sometimes, right, let's put that quote unquote, sometimes are cursed with these open nets there, Triple M, and just when, Friction and Kino can't score when the net's almost basically open, you kind of feel stressed because these are high pressure games here in Neo Tokyo where you want to be winning and you want to be sinking those shots. Allows for Archeon to drive it down the left-hand side and put that one in, get in the equalizer as well. And you just want to feel a little bad here for White Rabbit gaming because they want to be able to cement those ones in, but they can't. Just getting so unlucky.
Yeah, it's all even Steven now. Nixa back in the game. Mr. Low looking for some service into Archeon there, who can't really get anything from that. Skill Steal with the great touch. Low with the great catch. Safe pair of hands, and Archeon so close to directing that towards the goal. Would have been a brilliant play and a brilliant goal from of what has been a very brilliant Nixa team here. It's Skill Steal with a great shot and equally great save by Fiction. Mr. Low can't get that one in, and Fiction making up on the one hand what he couldn't do on the other end, keeping his team in the game here, but they need to find the advantage again. Fiction with a nice shot and an equally composed save from Mr. Low.
Yeah, White Rabbit Gaming as well. They need to win game number 6 just so we can go to Champions Field. Of course, if Nixa do pick up this one, it will be 4-2. And so with a even game on our hands here, Triple M, it's going to go down immediately to the wire. But Friction finally getting his name on the board, though, and potentially sending all of us to Champions Field.
Well, if you're a neutral, this is great news because WRG, with 95 seconds left on the clock, are in the lead in game number 6. Can they hold their bottle in Neo Tokyo and send this one to the grand stage of it all, Champions Field, where it all will be settled between these two teams? It's a good touch from Archeon into the path of Skill Steal, and Friction again with the solid defensive display here. I'm really impressed with Friction on the defensive end. He's been really the chief orchestrator in defense. Great shot there by Archeon, not really troubling the defense too much. It hit the post though, so it was very close. Mr. Low now looking for a catch there. Archeon, all 3 Nixa players going up, but only one of them almost scoring, and that was Archeon. But there's no time to break that down because they're pressuring again. It's Mr. Low with a great touch, and Skill Steal can't get the shot. Oh my word. He's done that a few times, Mr. Low. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant.
Yeah, just Nixa, as I said, they've got all the experience in the world, and of course Archeon, being the young player that he is, just able to feed off what Mr. Low and Skill Steal can give him, and the way they train, the way they practice and prepare for these matchups. And my goodness, Nixa, they are doing such crazy stuff on this field, your Triple M, but of course we still have White Rabbit Gaming in the lead. If they can hold on for another 30, we can go to game number 7, but of course we know Nixa, they will not be lying down waiting for that to happen here. There is possession though, however, being held by White Rabbit Gaming. Friction does push that one forward into the hands of Archeon, gets a nice pinch off the ceiling, finds Low. Can there be a second touch there to go in? The clock's ticking down yet, the ball's kept up. Can Nixa find the equalizer and pushes to an overtime? The Low takes a shot out by Kino. It's still up. Can there be a second man coming in? Oh my golly goodness. Close there, Triple M. Here we go. It's time for Champions Field.
What a save by Kino towards the end there, by the way. He was by far man of the match. 4 total shots, 2 saves, a goal, an assist. He really, really was at the center of everything good for WRG in that game. And a big reason as to why we're going to Champions Field here. And for Nixa, unfortunately, just not good enough in that game. They kept themselves in it for most of the game, but you never really felt that they were ahead of proceedings there and fully in control. So game 7, what are you saying in that Nixa Discord call? What are you trying to change going into this final game?
Oh man, Triple M, it's so incredibly tough, right? Because both mentals of these sides, right? We know they're high. The BMT is there. And so, it's tough to say. I think I'm sure Skill Steal, he's getting his team calm. They're getting collected. We Casper as well. They're getting the team calm. They're getting collected. They're making sure, don't be too hype. It is a final, but we still got to, keep our heads on our shoulders. We still have to play another 5 minutes of Rocket League and make sure we're composed, right? Friction scoring a goal is good to see because Friction has been a little quiet for the first 5 games. And so, we need to see kind of full team participation, but he's doing that other grunt work that, you often don't get to see, right? The kind of where you don't get points. So, this is it here, Triple M. Game 7, it's happening.
Well, game 7 it is. Champions Field on the horizon. One must fall, one must rise. And is there a better location to draw the conclusion to what has been a truly scintillating narrative, a truly brilliant story? It's Archeon now, early on, looking for a touch, can't get it. Casper now goes the other way. 3 beans in the tank, but he doesn't care. He's going all kamikaze style to try get the early goal. Friction avoids a demo. Kino smartly pinches it. Friction back into the play. It's Casper now to catch. Oh, this is looking exciting for WRG, but they can't get much from it. Now it's Skill Steal with the flick. Can't get past the second because he's been eliminated from the action. Only 30 seconds gone, and it's looking end to end already.
Oh, there it is. We Casper with that ice in the veins. Triple M here. Friction making a beautiful pass there from the right-hand side. Second touch beats two defenders who were on that near post but didn't see We Casper coming in hot. Gets that first blood here in game number 7.
Yeah, first blood drawn. WRG taking no prisoners. It's Skill Steal now off the backboard and a double commit, a very necessary double commit from Friction there and his teammate. A brilliant save. Kino now will take it the other way. Skill Steal into the path of Friction. You can see the desperation from Nixa, not letting their heads drop. They need to find a response. They cannot be behind for most of this game. They must respond early if they want to stand a chance against this WRG roster. It's now with We Casper into the path of Low, back into the path of Kino with the good shot, and Archeon with a brilliant save there under immense pressure early on here. The 1-0 lead is still intact for WRG.
Yeah, Mr. Low has been so demo hungry during this whole entire series here. We've just seen demo after demo coming at you from both these sides here, to the advantage and benefit of most of them, as they've been able to score off a lot of them, which has been great to see. Low taking that shot there when Skill still gets rid of our previous scorer, Casper. Now we're going to see, can Kino get past Skill? He's able to do so, but Low's going to be able to put it up high. Can he get the dunk? Ooh, beautiful save. They're coming up from Casper, though. They're going to push all the way downfield in the counter-attack here. Archeon in the third man there does find Low with a beautiful pass in play. Casper, though, to push that out. Friction once again with another demo. It's a very, very physical game here, Triple M.
Yeah, very boisterous start here early on. Both teams are radiating with exuberance. It's Friction now back towards his own teammate. We Casper out of the game, but he gets a pass forward. And wow, this is what Champions Field is all about. This is the type of game we need on Champions Field. It's so close. Kino with an open net and a disaster for Nixa. Absolutely brilliant to punish the mistake from Kino there. Calmly, composed, in a very composed fashion, just waits for his chance and takes it.
You know, Kino puts that one absolutely high right, sends it to the ceiling. There's an awkward touch from the last defender from Nix, and he's able to drive the one home when he gets that second touch from the right-hand side. And so, just a beautiful read and patience to execute what he wanted to do in the first place. White Rabbit Gaming now going up by 2. When we are at halftime here, Triple M is a very worrying state, because, you know, we kind of were thinking, well, Nix is the stronger team. Nix are going to be able to pull this one, you know, out the bag. But White Rabbit Gaming, they always find a way to surprise us. They always find a way to show us the growth of this team and why they work so well together. And right now, they're just absolutely putting it to the side of Nixa.
Yeah, and it's worth pointing out that these two teams weren't in the best of form coming into this game, despite qualifying. Oh, it's a good shot from Kino. Oh, brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. 3 goals to nothing. But to my point earlier, both these teams, they weren't in the best of form. So to see them turn up like this when it matters most really does display why they are such top teams. They don't just, you know, show up when they feel like it. They show up when it matters. And that is a characteristic befitting of true greatness.
Well, that big match temperament has definitely come out here for WRG. We saw Mr. Low had to take the long, awkward arc around to try to save that golf ball, just touching the roof of his car as well. So just unfortunately not able to keep out that third shot angle there from White Rabbit Gaming. And now, you know, Triple M, when you are 3 goals up here with only 90 seconds remaining, you kind of think the game is going to be tough to come back. But if anyone can do so, it is going to be this next side. Yeah, Demo there onto Casper. Archeon's driving it up the side. Can you find Low in the midfield, though? Friction able to put this one out. Not the craziest clearance in the world, but it's okay. Low takes a shot there. Kino is waiting, very patient at the back. Double touch there coming up from Archeon. He's going to get the shot on. Here we go. 2-goal difference.
Yeah, he'll be yelling, get the ball, get the ball, get the ball. It's not over yet. 1 minute, 17 seconds to go. And, well, 2-goal deficit. Nixa, what have you got? What are you made of? Will you continue your impressive streak of making semifinals pretty much every time you make the top 8? Or is this the end of what has been a genuinely magnificent record? Let us find out. 60 seconds to go now. It's Kino who can't get that one over Skill Steal. Skill Steal chasing with not much boost, but in these circumstances, rotating backwards isn't an option. You must attack. And so he understands the memo. Mr. Low with the great shot. Archeon giving chase, circling like a vulture around his prey. Unfortunately, We Casper doesn't fall for it. Gets a great setup, and Mr. Low with a great save there from what was really looked like a special shot.
Oh, well, here we go. Can we see some mountain pressure coming up from the Nixer side? Oh, Friction driving this one all the way across the field. Mr. Lowe has to catch it in that opposing corner, but now possession here getting held very comfortably here by White Rabbit Gaming. Can they do something with it? The more time this ball spends here inside the Nixer half, the longer White Rabbit Gaming gets a hold into this victory. And Casper with this possession, can he bring it down for one more play? He's doing so. He's stalling it. He doesn't find Keno in the second man to take the shot. Friction keeps it up. They're stalling in the air. Lowe's actually decided it's going to be game over. It's going to be White Rabbit Gaming going through to the semi-finals of the lower bracket.
Unbelievable. Dominant. Really, really dominant from WRG. I tell you what, we need Greybeard and Alt back in the booth to break this down because, wow, what a series.
Are you kidding me? I mean, people have been saying that we've been writing a good script the whole way this season, but guys, I think we just took that one to the next level. The back and forth from game number one, every time someone took a lead in the series or even managed to bring it back. Nixon going up first there in the beginning and back and forth, eventually coming down to a culmination of WRG winning it out. Guys, we promised that this was going to be a good season, but Game 7, Greybeard, did you believe Game 7?
I think it always looked like a Game 7. I mean, it's just with how close these guys are. But White Rabbit Gaming, they've done an important thing here because with this win, Nixer go out, they will jump over Nixer into third spot. Now chasing down Orlando Pirates. So the next series with Orlando Pirates becomes really, really important.
Oh my goodness. I mean, we came into this knowing that chaos and the points were going to go everywhere, but I didn't think I was going to see a match already just to start off the game there. Start off the day for us with the closest series we could have expected. I was excited for this, but to the last little section. Muzz or Triple M, guys, I want to hear from you that moment that stuck out to you, that moment where you were just losing your minds as casters. I've been there. I've been speechless to the point where I'm like, I don't even know what I'm just watching right now. Muzz, let's start with you.
Yeah, I mean, Ultrazim was a crazy game, right? We knew it was going to be close between both these sides, but I think just the magnitude of how close it was something else. We had that back and forth all the way up until game number 5 between both these sides, and it was just absolutely fire coming out there, Ultrazim. So, I mean, I know it was a banger. It was very close, 3-2, 3-2 the whole way around, and I don't know, Triple M, right? I mean, it was just one of those games.
It was absolutely one of those games, and actually it was one of those series. I think you could pick so many moments in all those games. I'm going to go with Game 7 where WRG went 2-0 up. I think that's the moment where everybody was just absolutely shell-shocked and was like, okay, what's going on here? Because Nixer are in trouble.
You know, even when in the previous series, WRG was starting to close that gap, being able to win, 3-0 to bring back the series at one stage, those are just like, no matter how big the win is, it's just to equalize. Now, when everything's on the line, game number 7, and you suddenly get yourself a 2-goal lead, and when the time starts ticking down, you pick up that third one. There's just got to be a moment. All right. We're waiting on Casper, in fact, to be jumping in here on this interview. I think we've got him right now. Greybeard, you're going to be the one to jump in with him.
Yeah, no, listen, I'm going to be pretty excited about that because, as close as that series was, I think the tone was set for me with the opening goal in game 1, which was Friction. He was so quick, intercepting a ball up on the wall, off the wall, into the net. And I think goals like that set your team up just in terms of that confidence and vibe. So yeah, I'm keen to chat to Casper and get his view on how this all went down.
Enjoy that. We've got him here.
Casper, well, there you are, chilling. Are you going to go crash on that couch behind you after this? So, well, you've just mentioned it's sweaty. How sweaty was that for you?
In our back run to hopefully the finals again. But it was good. We still enjoyed ourselves, had a lot of fun. There was still a lot of shouting going on, but I'm glad my team won.
I'm sure you are. So what this means, I had a chat with Keno a couple of weeks ago, and there was tentative but positive, slightly confident, like, yeah, I think we can seriously chase second place. Well, now you should jump over Nexa. So how are you feeling about the chase for the number 2 spot?
I'm feeling really good. Of course, I believe we can do it. My teammates believe we can do it as well. So we just must see what happens.
All right. Well, then your next game is going to be either Orlando Pirates or Apex Gaming. Do you have a preference, or is it just beat who we've got?
Again, we don't mind anyone. We just focus on ourselves and the series at hand, and we just carry on trying to win.
And how much of, if it is Apex, how much of an influence is Shadowhunter in terms of how you get into and approach a game against Apex?
Again, he's a very talented player, don't get me wrong, but we don't focus on the players, we only focus on ourselves, and we just focus on what's at hand and to win.
All right, well, that's definitely the answer you're supposed to give. All right, well, your job for today is done. You can head to the couch, put your feet up. You're back in action tomorrow, but very well played. A tense, sweaty game, and I think an indication of the circus we're going to have today, but well done. We'll see you tomorrow. And yeah, okay, cool. Cheers, man.
Cheers, guys.
All right, cool. And I think with that, we're going to head ourselves to a break. I think we might just have lost Muzz Alt.
Yeah, he's out of here, guys. He's swapping in a battery. He has not gone far away. He's got a while still on the broadcast. We're so excited to keep having him. After the break, we come in and we get to know more about our matchup there. Orlando Pirates versus Apex Gaming. More action, 3 more series in total for you guys today. Thanks for joining us so far, and we will see you in just a second. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. It is the SSA Winter Open playoff day. It's Saturday action where we go from 8 teams down to 4. Those 4 are going to be playing it out tomorrow. But for today, we move into series number 2. Orlando Pirates versus Apex. I'm Ultrism. Joining me again, Greybeard, Triple M, and Muzz. Greybeard, you were the analyst for that last panel. Any last wisdom that you have for the first match that we saw of the day? And any sort of insight looking forward to this one?
It just jacks up the temperature just a little bit in the region, right? For that race, because now there's a swap in the standings. SRZ had jumped, and it's gotten a little hotter in the kitchen.
Just a little bit. And looking forward now, Muzz, you are going to be taking on that analyst role for this next series. And I want to hear your thoughts. Orlando Pirates used to be effectively the second best team in the region, without a doubt. The only other team really, when they were known as Bravado, to get to go overseas. And they told us, Happy Meal, we've had a good number of conversations with him. He's told us how much that was valuable to them. Apex, on the other hand, really trying to make one of the biggest names for themselves if they can progress to tomorrow's action. What do you think?
Yeah, well, of course, Happy Meal and Cams, they're both getting that superb experience overseas there. But, another player here that's got that kind of European experience is Shadow, who's returned to the scene and is playing for Apex here. But, Pirates, they're so far behind Limitless right now as well that they are our second best team, but almost 30 points difference there. It's quite scary. So if Apex want to upset the apple cart today, they need to be beating out Pirates, and I think it's going to be close, right? They've got the same type of shooting percentages. Both these teams are close. They've met once where OP did win that series, and so they haven't really fielded each other out just yet. And of course, Shadow Hunter again is fresh to the scene right now in terms of Rlcs experience. So, again, possibly another game 7 that can go down to the wire. We're going to have to see what happens.
Have to see what happens. Well, if you guys have been around for a while, you'll know that the chat vote is currently running. It's out there. #OP for Orlando Pirates and #AIPX if you want to back the underdogs, arguably the biggest underdogs here right now out of these two teams. Because like the chat says, at 71% so far backing this side, up to 73 in fact, and Apex, of course, only getting 27% of that. Marcus, are we surprised for this, or do you think that even 26% is gracious towards Apex?
I think that's about fair, and it's no disrespect intended towards Apex. I mean, they are a team that's on the rise and on the come up, but that's the key word, on the come up. Orlando Pirates are pretty much already at the top of the mountain, bar Limitless, so you've got a tale of two teams here who are just in completely contrasting standings in SSA, and Pirates have definitely earned that respect to go into almost virtually any series being the favorites, apart from, Limitless. So, yeah, I think that's fair. Absolutely fair.
Okay.
Orlando Pirates, only because Apex are the team that have something to prove. Orlando Pirates have already proved something. So, and the way they played yesterday,
one word back and forth between these two teams: Orlando Pirates or Apex.
I mean, I think it's going to have to be Orlando Pirates. They got the ice in the veins.
That's all we needed. That's all we needed, because we have these guys waiting for us. If that is an entire panel backing Orlando Pirates, then, as they have proven themselves, and they really are looking to cement themselves in that second position. I throw over now to your casters for this one. Triple Beard and Greybeard. Take it away, gents.
Hey, Triple M. As you said, the old days, you and I casting together. This is great. And what a banger to be casting. And I have to say, whenever I'm hosting, and I get so jealous and envious to cast. So here we are, Triple M. What a banger to be watching.
Yeah, we've had the appetizer. Now it's time to get into the main course, and what a way to start! It's the first meal that we're gonna indulge in here with Orlando Pirates and Apex Gaming. It should be a very good series. I mean, again, Apex, they deserve a bit of respect. This isn't gonna be an extremely one-sided series. I think Pirates will win, but I expect Apex to really prove a point here. They've got the chip on their shoulder. They're a team that really has gears to go through, especially with the addition of Shadow now, who is just an excellent player. So I'm excited.
Yeah, no, listen, I'm very, very keen. This is a great series for me to watch and cast, because I want to see the impact that Shadowhunter is going to have on this team. He was a player on the rise. Everyone was looking out for him. He went to Europe. He's back now in the Rlcs. Let's go, Commandos. It's howling time. Our second quarterfinal is underway. Orlando Pirates, Apex Gaming, and Apex desperately want to win this. They've got the biggest gap to close on that second place, so they're going to want to take this. So hopefully they're playing like that's what they're doing.
Absolutely. It's now Original who carries it into the path of Cams. Shadow will continue. Eli on the back post, a name that has become a household name pretty much in Rocket League now, as are the other two in that Pirates roster. It's really exciting stuff. Shadow to carry forward here. Can't do much and has only got one boost left. He's going to have to disengage. It's Laxstar now. Between these two teams. Apex have had the line share of the possession, and it's Original off the backboard now, but nobody's going to chase that one. Cams should have that one under control and takes it all the way to the other side there.
Yeah, Cams is a danger when he gets a ball under control. Goal for Orlando Pirates. Set up early by that play by Cams, getting the pressure, and then Eli keeping the pressure on, finding the hole in defense. OP1.
Yeah, Eli did well to finish, but as you rightfully pointed out, it was Cams who carried that across the field after making a very, very, very calm save there. Almost, frighteningly calm under the circumstances. Really brilliant stuff. It's Cams now taking it the other way, and that experience for Orlando Pirates, the ice in the veins, is really coming through. Oh, Happy Meal gets a shot on the line, contested by Laxstar, and unfortunately can't make it two. It's Eli now to continue the pressure. Cams rotates in, he gets demoed. It's now Original to control, but Happy Meal isn't backing off. He is not letting up, keeping the pressure up. I like this from Pirates, just absolutely suffocating the opposition early on. It's just vintage Pirates.
Absolutely, Orlando Pirates dominating the pressure game, and it is going to get suffocating. And the more it goes on, the more desperate they're going to be to get out of their half. And Eli bringing it right back to goal. Shadow does get back for the save, but the pressure continues. It is unrelenting. Right now, Apex are
now will take it the other way. It's now into the path of Shadow. A looping ball into the path of Eli. Happy Meal receives pretty well there, and now we'll go the other way. It's Orlando Pirates again on the attack. Good pass by Happy Meal. Forward, and I'm loving the rotations from Pirates here, just the fluidity within the team and the fact that nobody is really dominating proceedings. It's a team game here, and Eli here demonstrating that well with the great passing to Cams, and that would have been a good goal.
Surprisingly, for all of their pressure, Orlando Pirates only with the one goal, and that's got to be the only concern for them. They've had such dominating possession, territorial advantage and pressure, and they've gotten 5 shots against 2 from Apex. And you would think they'd want to have scored at least 1 or 2 more for all of their possession and pressure. Laxstar now, great angle, putting it in front of the net, but Eli reads it, gets the clear, and for a rare time, we see Apex up front with pressure, but it's been cleared long distance. Laxstar, though, understanding the play, getting back and booming it forward, but it does seem now that there's been a transition of pressure, and that's really important for Apex.
Absolutely, it's Eli now with the great touch off the backboard. Laxstar with the safe pair of hands to catch. It's Eli again into the path of Shadow this time, and Shadow will go tall and high. Cams with the great interception. Happy Meal's going to be careful. We've got to be careful here. He's got 2 orange cars in close proximity. It's now Original looking for the redirect, and was that a pinch attempt or miscommunication? I don't know. Either way, Eli's going to take it the other way.
And remarkably, we still sit on a single goal in this entire game, separating these two teams. So for all the defending they've had to do, that's been a really important part of the play from Apex, is don't go, keep it to the 1 goal. Because 1 goal can, a 1 goal lead, it can evaporate very quickly. Original high in the air, Laxstar with a follow, sends it down, but not on target and not with any venom and can't find its way through. But they have continued to get it out. But this has been an awkward bounce off the corner. Lackstar will get it over to the other side. 20 seconds now. We're do or die out here in game one. Cam's trying to follow that in. Doesn't find an original. Happy Meal 1v1. And the last attack here for Apex.
Last attack indeed, although now it's with Orlando Pirates XD temporarily in their own half. Actually, Original wins the ball, gets a good touch off the backboard, and Shadow can't find the finish. So that one is looking like a GG. And there it is, Orlando Pirates taking game number one. Now, the scoreline doesn't accurately represent how much pressure they had there, because I feel they could have easily had more goals. 6 shots, 2 for Cam's, Happy Meal, and Eliakim, respectively. So, like, very well spread there. Very well spread shots between the three of them, and a very good team performance. Just solid, I would say.
And a strange game in many ways, because there was so much Orlando Pirates pressure for, the first couple of minutes, and they just couldn't get more than the one goal. Finally, Apex box their way out of their own half. They get to the other side. They're building massive pressure themselves, and they can't score. So a game of lots of traded pressure in the two halves of the game, but a single goal separating them. So very close. And look, best of 7, opening game. It's, of course, you're feeling each other out. You're trying to get settled, get the nerves flushed out. So I expect the goal tally to increase even already in game 2.
Yeah, absolutely. We do. I think that's a very logical point, and I think both teams will be looking at that point. Whether you're on the losing side or the winning side, it's definitely evidence that there needs to be more put in the back of the net. No team really taking their chances in that game. And Orlando Pirates, to be fair, just marginally the better team in terms of that clinical edge. As we go into the Forbidden Temple here for game number 2, can either team rectify their mistakes? We're about to find out. It's a kickoff here that feels pretty important early on, because if Apex are to cause an upset, they've got to get back into it now. But getting a reverse sweep against Orlando Pirates is, impossible is an understatement.
And I'm very pleased to see the return of Forbidden Temple in RLCS after the irregular bounce issues have all been sorted out, and hopefully we never get to see Aquadome again. So far better here on Forbidden Temple, and some pressure, some opportunity. Lackstar trying to make something happen for Apex. He keeps control, but Eli will dispossess him, and it'll return to the midfield to be contested there.
Yeah, an eagerly contested battle between these two teams in the middle of the park. Games are won and lost in the middle. It's Eli with a good shot, and a great improvisation there by Shadow to save that one and send it out to the back corner where his teammate can control. Really good work there on his feet. Quick thinking, very unorthodox save. Very difficult save to make with low boost as well. Original gets past, doesn't get past Happy Meal in fact, but Lackstar will have a second bite anyways. It's unfortunately not going to lead to much for him. Good early pressure here from Apex though. I like the fact that their heads haven't dropped, and that it seems like the consistency from last game's performance is carrying into this one, if not improving ever so slightly. Lackstar leaving it late there on the line. I had so much confidence, that he would put that one away that I almost didn't say anything.
Well, it was an interesting first minute of the game. Oh, Cams! Oh, my word! Bangs and it goes off the back wall. The first minute of the game, the scores were so low. The only people scoring was Eli and Shadow on their respective teams. It's all evened out now, but indicative of not really a lot happening. But finally, we're seeing shots on goal. The pass to Happy Meal. Happy Meal smacks it down off the crossbar. Cam's trying to bring it back into contention, into some sort of position to score. It's not going to happen. But the two clearest opportunities have fallen to Orlando Pirates. They haven't taken them. And we sit here deadlocked as we approach halfway through.
Yeah, and that chance from Happy Meal is almost identical to the one he had just on the goal line in the last game. The one last game, you could argue, was actually harder because he was contested there. He's got an open shot, and he did a very good job of it. Unfortunately, he just couldn't sneak it under the crossbar. Happy Meal again, getting a bump. Cam's putting pressure on. Eli going to go up, and when the third man is pushing up like that, the team is in a very confident vein of form, and this is scary times for Apex in the Forbidden Temple. They have a lot of work cut out for them. It's still even Steven, but against Orlando Pirates, that's not necessarily a good thing. You want to be up.
Well, we've had nearly 8 minutes of play and only one goal, maybe a second. Happy Meal does find it, controls it beautifully, in the final third and then bangs it top bins. 102 Ks an hour. What a banger. Orlando Pirates once more in front.
Yeah, an Original gets stopped on the halfway line by Cams there. I reckon he potentially gets there. Maybe doesn't save it, but gets close to that ball if it weren't for the bump. So good awareness by Cams off the camera there to go for a bump. It's now Original looking to conjure up something here. Lackstar unfortunately concedes possession temporarily to Eli. Shadow, though, will mop it up for his teammate. He will get demoed for his efforts, but he nudged it into the half of Orlando Pirates to create some pressure here. And doesn't lead to much again for Apex. And Eli catches a defender sleeping there. And that was so close to being a very, very good punish. And now Shadow will keep it up in the air, give his team enough time to reset. But maybe that's not the best idea, because Eli gets a shot and takes advantage of the slow play there from Apex.
And the big standout for me for Orlando Pirates in game one, coming out into game two, their ability to maintain pressure and just camp over in their opponent's half and just not let them get away. And just prior to that goal, there was a demo. Once one of your defenses being demoed, it makes it very difficult. And they were punished. Great work from Orlando Pirates. Cams now gets it over into their half, and now let's watch. They just do whatever they can to keep it over the halfway line. They're doing it magnificently, and it just builds the panic in Apex.
Yeah, it's Shadow now into Eli. He will pass it into the middle. Cams will receive. It's Original with a great touch. Puts it down. Lackstar can't get there. He does get there in the end. It's Shadow. Also misses. And Original is left to ponder his options as Orlando Pirates come marauding down the opposite side of the field. That is a scary sight indeed when 3 blue cars in the Orlando Pirates team are coming towards the Original. Now gets a shot and I don't know what's gone on there, but somehow Orlando Pirates have not conceded, and Shadow now has to clean up.
They almost get an own goal there, but in addition to the Orlando Pirates pressure on the field, the mental pressure now is nearly 10 minutes of play for Apex without a goal. And that starts to eat away at you and eat away in ways that start to affect your game. You start to chase it, start to do things you wouldn't ordinarily do. And now sub 10 seconds, they're going to go down for a second game here. If they can't pull something out of the bag and you feel the time has run, there's no time for them to get back in the game. Orlando Pirates in this best of 7 are going to be 2 games up, almost a third goal. That wouldn't have mattered. And you know what? Triple M, it's a best of 7. You lose 1, not a problem. You lose 2, it's not even close to a crisis. But it does mean game 3 is a pivotal game, a really important one. And Apex going into that third game without a goal to their name has got to be making them a little tense.
Definitely will be making them tense indeed. So tense you can probably cut it with a knife. But I would say the consolation, if any, for Apex Gaming in that series is the fact that, one, they've limited Pirates to only scoring 2 goals. And one of them came late on. So for most of that game, it was 0-0, then 1-0, then towards the end it kind of slipped. So for most of that game, I would say Apex really did hold their bottle, and they can't let the series scoreline affect their moral going into this next game. The second thing I would point out is that they did create tangible threats at the other end, especially towards the end there. They almost got over the line. So they've just got to keep chipping away at Orlando Pirates. I think defensively, they've got to tighten up, of course. But I think the offensive end is where they're really having problems, because it's a given that you're going to concede against Orlando Pirates no matter how well you defend. So it's a question of, can you outscore them? And Apex really need to start putting goals into the back of the net and influencing that scoreboard.
Well, Triple M, my response to you, though, is that, yeah, they kept it close, but they did concede twice as many goals in Game 2 than they did in Game 1. And I think the fact that they didn't score despite their pressure is going to add to their mental, because they are getting into good positions, but just can't find a goal. It's now been over 10 minutes without a goal to Orlando Pirates' 3. So I think the turning point for me is the first goal, and once they score that, maybe they can relax a little and get back into, because they will say they shouldn't be playing this, they should be playing a lot better, but they need that first goal.
Yeah, and hopefully for them, that first goal comes as a lead rather than an equalizer or alternatively a consolation at the end of a bad game. So Apex, they need to take the lead here. It's Original now going for the pinch, gets a decent touch inward. This is a chance on a plate for Apex, uncharacteristic and rare, and I mean rare sight, where all three Orlando Pirates players have not been able to touch that ball. And unfortunately, Apex, I guess just having too much respect for their opponents there because nobody pounced on that opportunity. And why would you? It's Orlando Pirates, right? So, oh man, that one, they can't let that one get to them. They've got to keep up the early pressure here.
All right, well, they are building something here, but again, still hasn't come to a goal. Lackstar trying to get it out, and now Orlando Pirates will want to start their trademark suffocation, but they've been unable to for now. Shadow weaving his way through 1, through 2, through 3. Shadow gets the first Apex goal.
Yep, like absolutely brilliant there from Shadow. Just brilliant, just like his name, just snuck through the defense there, almost unnoticed. Really, really impressive there. And you know what? To pull that out, that might be the type of individual play that swings the momentum in under the circumstances for Apex. So now let's see how they can continue to pressure. It's Eli now going forward, gets a ceiling pinch there. And Lackstar has to be careful. He was being pressured by Cams there. It's now Lackstar again going forward, looking for the second touch. It's Cams dribbling it across his own box. Very, very brazy attempt there, but manages to get away with it. And in cool fashion, tries to start an attack at the other end. It's Happy Meal now with a straight shot across. Original goes up and does really well to read that, but I'm not sure the touch is good enough. He makes up for it with the second save though, so it's all good. Apex live to fight another day as Orlando Pirates continue to put on the pressure here, but to no avail.
It does feel like they've worked out some of their anxiety of Apex since scoring that goal. They've had the best of it, but they've spent the last 20 or so seconds under pressure. Original with a lovely touch forward. Advancing the play, Shadow from behind will send it to the backboard, takes it, looking for a teammate. Original's up, Happy Meal gets there first and will get the clear. Much better here from Apex, building some pressure on their own. Orlando Pirates in Game 3 have not been able to throttle the ball and keep it stifled over in the Apex field like they did so well in Games 1 and 2. And now suddenly the field seems to be opening up for Apex. They're finding ways through, but likewise not able to build long periods of pressure, but they're at least getting over to that side a lot more often.
They are indeed, and now it's with Eli in this position. Apex have done really well to not concede here, but as the game continues to go on, you feel the pressure is coming. It's Cams with a great pass to the backboard. Eli not in the adequate position to take advantage of a great piece of service. It's now off the backboard. Great shot by Shadow, although I do think that was off. It's difficult to read, and Eli with the great redirect to make it 1-1.
And there we go, the first time, other than 0-0, we've had an equalized game. Orlando Pirates fighting their way back in. So good game for Apex so far, but Orlando right back in it now. So it's still, from an anxiety, pressure, tension point of view, most of it still over with Apex. They're the ones that are 2 games behind. They don't want to be in a game best of 7 reverse sweep situation. They have to take this game.
Absolutely, it's a demo coming in from Eli. Won't really do much though. Shadow unfortunately loses control of that one. Cams will go up into the heavens and then back down to earth to try conjure up something for Orlando Pirates. It's okay, messy play there from Apex. Almost indescribable how they've managed to mess that one up. And unfortunately, Shadow doesn't have the adequate amount of boost to put that one away. Scary from Apex there. Nerves perhaps getting the better of them. Happy Meal goes for the spectacular. And it's Eli now looking for the setup. Oh, Cams came really quick there to intercept the play, but to no avail.
All right, and now it is Apex again being pinned back. All right, long distance clear from Original. Maybe they can transition here, but Cams is a man who you want to have in defense. You want to have him in attack. He does both so incredibly well. Lackstar, can he find the touch from his own pass? He can't. High and loose in the midfield. Cams does get there first. We tick our way to a potential overtime, but it is pressure from Orlando Pirates building on the Apex line.
Yeah, they are barreling down the orange door, the blue side of Orlando Pirates, the orange side of Apex, the primary colors of Rocket League going head to head in what is a war of attrition here. It's now Original into the path of Eliakim. Cans now with 6 seconds to go. Can they shatter the dreams of Apex, or will Apex hold on just long enough to send it to overtime? It's Happy Meal off the backboard. Original catches, goes for the flick. It's in the air. No man's land, and we're into overtime.
Overtime, and away they go. All right, so this is good for Apex. They've improved things by taking it to an overtime. They've got to take this goal. It's heading there, and Cams once again. When a ball is floating toward the net, you're more often than not going to see Cams high on the backboard taking it away, just as he does there. 20 seconds in, no end to the deadlock inside just yet.
Yeah, a player of Cam's ilk is just impressive to watch. How easy he makes those backboard saves is honestly scary. It's really, really impressive, and that is a player who is definitely in a great vein of form. Eli now goes up the wall. It's Cams in with the shot. It's not going to be on target, but the follow-up from Happy Meal forces a great save out of Shadow. And Lackstar, it's not over yet. Shadow with a long clearance across. We've seen this from Apex. Can they conjure up a counter? It's Cams returning the favor. This is off the backboard. Great cleaning up in the heavens there by Shadow, and well, Apex doing a great job to hold on, but they've got to get something up at the other end here. You almost feel the longer this goes, the more it feeds into Orlando Pirates' hands, and just the exhaustion and the mental fortitude it takes. Ooh, that's gone in almost anticlimactic fashion. Cams scores and makes it 2-1.
Yeah, that ball looked like it was sort of pancake squeezed. It was between the two, but it just had enough momentum on it for it to float over the line. Orlando Pirates 3-0 against Apex. We are now in sweep territory, and it is I made the analogy in game 2 already about being up against the ropes, but my word, they're up against the ropes and they've taken a few too many shots to the head. It's tough times for them, but the greatest day we've ever had on an Rlcs SSA broadcast was a best of 7 reverse sweep. And if it's going to happen, it's got to happen pretty much now.
Yeah, you look at all the games today, obviously WNG and Knicks have already played, so this is probably the second best shot we have of a Game 7, best of 7 reverse sweep. However, I just do want to point out that Apex in that game played really well. For large parts of that game, it was either even or they were leading. And then Pirates getting a late equalizer to send that into overtime. Now then, do Apex keep what they were doing in that game and not make too many adjustments and just try again? Or do they go with something different? You know, it's very tricky in these situations because, again, like you said, playing well isn't good enough. Controlling the game isn't good enough. If you don't win, especially against a team of this ilk in Orlando Pirates, it's really, really tricky. And you almost feel we're getting into murky territory here for Apex Gaming. It's really tricky. We are going to the Forbidden Temple to see what awaits between these two teams.
Well, we're in the Utopia Coliseum, and you've been supplying a long line of copium there for Apex. Yeah. And fair enough, they certainly need it. The fact is that Orlando Pirates have found a way to perform in whatever way they need to finish the game in front, to finish the games as winners. And right now, it's just a case of, okay, Apex are hanging on. Can they find a way to climb back on the ledge, take a few steps away? The ball is firmly and entirely in their court.
Absolutely. It's Lackstar now with a great touch. He's got Happy Meal and Eli in front of him. He gets past both, puts it into the path of Cams. And that one is oh so close to sneaking in. A great touch, and it's Shadow to really put a spin on the narrative that we all thought was going in the favor of Orlando Pirates. Now then, 1-0 in just under 50 seconds played.
All right, good. The first job done. Now hold on to that lead. Second job, extend that lead. Top priority here. Priority above everything else. Do not let Orlando Pirates strangle you against your own line. Get a second goal almost from Lackstar. Doesn't happen. And this is good. Right after their goal, they're immediately into attack. Immediately building pressure. Do not give Orlando space. Do not let them build pressure against your own goal line.
Yeah, I think Apex have got to come out their shell. They've got to press high. They've got to do what Orlando Pirates has done unto them. And honestly, just put the squeeze on OP. It's Happy Meal. Can't get there. But the crossbar, the best defender in Rocket League, does all the work for Pirates to ensure that the lead isn't doubled. And Cams now will take it the other way. Cams now will look for the pinch. And it's Shadow who will take it the other way. It's Lackstar now who will look for some service, but can't find it, unfortunately. And wow, what a scintillating start. And it's still 1-0.
All right, well, to supply a little bit more copium for Apex is, I think this is the best we've seen them play, and Original will get on the board for the second goal for Apex. And finally, they have taken a really long run at this series, but it looks like they might finally be showing up.
Yeah, Original 2 shots, 1 goal. So close with the first shot, but doesn't miss with the second one. And that's what Apex need. You can't go 1-0 up and then defend, because Pirates almost guaranteed to score against you. So you need to outscore them, essentially. That was a very low-level analysis, I know. But trust me, it's hard in practice. It really is at this level. And fine margins dictate the outcome at the end of the day when you're playing against a team of this ilk. It's now in the path of Original into his own second touch there. Can't get the third. Shadow now taking his time. He knows he's got a lot of space on the ball. Orlando Pirates need that spring in their step again. They need that dominance that we know them, so that we've come to associate with them over the years. But so far, I think it's been all Apex. They've been the better team here.
Alrighty, well, they have been. They're 2 goals in front, and now they've got to just not throw. Lock down that defense. Don't let Orlando Pirates in. If you can find a way through to get a third, fantastic. But there is no reason to throw the sink at it. Now, play solid rotational Rocket League. Oh my word! That touch away was so important. Almost proving the point I was trying to make. Almost giving one away there that they absolutely do not need to be doing.
Yeah, brilliant save. A series of brilliant saves here coming out from Apex. The first one won't be registered as a save, but it's the best of the lot. Brilliant piece of defensive work. Not sure if it was Lackstar or Original, but whoever it was, they deserve massive credit. It's Cams now. Happy Meal. Oh my word, what a play by Pirates. I don't think Happy Meal was being anticipated to get on the end of that ball by the defense. Cams now gets the shot. It's a pass from Happy Meal after almost scoring, has the presence of mind to track the ball and play it into the path of an uncontested Cams. And man, that goal there sums up the brilliance of Pirates. They haven't really shown themselves in this game, but out of nowhere, they just flipped the switch, and just like that, Apex are under pressure. The palms are sweating, and it's time to bring out those towels.
I love the confidence of Orlando Pirates. They were all camped in the final third for that final play. No one was back on rotation. And I think on one hand, they backed themselves to recover and get back in time. But on the other, recognizing the urgency of getting a goal on the board. But just the pure confidence of like, okay, we're here. We can make this happen. And the worst news, conceding one with a 2-goal lead, not the end of the world, but there is so much time for Pirates to figure out a way to build their trademark pressure and get this level. And if they do manage to level it up, is that going to be a third? It is! I was just talking about Pirates playing high up. They get caught out on it right here as Cams, as the third man just tracks that ball down, but he's too late to it. And long distance Original gets his second, back to a 2-goal lead.
Absolutely brilliant. The presence of mind to go for it. It's not the first time Apex have done that. They did hit the crossbar early on in the game with a shot like that, so beautiful stuff. I love it. I absolutely love it. It's 3-1 now, and Apex, well, they're far from comfortable considering who they're playing against, but this is as comfortable as they're gonna get. It's Original off the backboard, gets the second touch, and now Apex are really putting a squeeze on Orlando Pirates and giving them a taste of their own medicine. It's now into the path of Original again. Shadow now will take it forward, look to dribble, brilliant work, goes all the way to the byline and can't get it over.
All right, they've got to remember here, they don't need to score again. Don't throw it away, because if OP score here, it's going to be a sweaty finish. But this game has been so much better from Apex. They've had a couple of lapses, and one in particular was punished. Oh my, okay. Are we, oh no. Is this 6 second shenanigans coming up? Triple M, this next kickoff. this series is probably going to be defined by this next kickoff.
Absolutely. I'm speechless by that goal there. It's really, really put things down to the wire here. Cams now goes tall into the heavens, plays it all the way into the corner, almost gets on the end of it. Happy Meal keeps it up, and great work there from Shadow. It's brilliant to keep it down, and Apex take the game here. Unbelievable performance by them. Talk to me about that.
It was an excellent game. That it did feel like they finally showed up. You know, there are some big supporters in this community for Shadowhunter, and that's got to be getting to Shadow too a little bit, because you know it's like you're expecting a lot. You're the magic tonic that's been brought to bring this team up. So there has been pressure there. I don't feel like they were fully coordinated together in here, but that game they showed up. Best of 7 reverse sweeps are hard. We go on and on about it, but you can only play the game that's in front of you. They've done first job. They've got it. Now, Orlando are going to come out swinging this next game. So they're going to have to do what they've just done and more to push back Orlando Pirates.
Yeah, it's a very tall order for Apex indeed, but they've climbed the first hurdle, and what a tall hurdle it was. They've beat Orlando Pirates convincingly, might I add, in a game of Rocket League. Now they've got to transfer that pressure over, and Pirates won't rest on their laurels. We're going to Wasteland, and it's going to be a tough scrap for Apex here, because I tell you what, Pirates now have a reason to bounce back, and that might play into their hands. 3 seconds away from another scintillating game between these two teams. It's Eliakim on kickoff duties. Cams will receive. Not really the best of touches. Original now will go forward, look for the service. Ooh, I don't know if that second touch was necessary. Eli might have got it there, so understandable. Unfortunate for Apex not to get anything early on there.
Now, an interesting factor is that the timeouts are in play. Every team is entitled to one minute timeout to like reset and think about things. And interestingly, in the 2 series we've had, no timeouts taken. You would have thought that Apex might take one at 2 games down, certainly at 3, but not doing it, jumping right back into the action to play the game. And it worked out for them. But as we've pointed out, lots of work to do here. And it is Cams on attack, trying to bully it through. Doesn't happen. Eli to the middle. Cams can't get a read for a shot on goal.
Yeah, it's been a very, very chaotic start here from both teams. It's Eli now going forward, looking for the pinch, can't get it. Shadow taking it the other way. Original reads the play, can't quite execute though. Bright idea, great goal from Laxstar, and Apex with another early lead.
Well, this is a big change. Cams was so awkward, couldn't touch it away into safety. And Laxstar pouncing on it, his first of the series, taken 5 games to get his first goal, but he's now got it. And a resurgent Apex, a team on the rise in the series. They take their second lead. So yeah, good stuff for them. They are doing what they're supposed to do, coming out swinging, making sure they don't give space to Pirates, not letting them build that pressure, and then finding their opportunities on the other side. Happy Meal off the back wall, long clear from Original.
Yeah, to your point, it's been one of those games for Apex where, again, they go up, and again, we ask the question, can they hold up? It's Eli now with a great pass in, Shadow with a good, firm, solid clear there. It's Cams now looking to go forward, whiffs the ball there, but it's Happy Meal, almost sneaks it in. Eli keeping up the pressure, and OP would have been looking to get a quick equalizer there, but unfortunately, it isn't meant to be.
All right, and a few holes in the ship of Orlando Pirates. They're not looking as as solid as they were in games 1 and 2, and that can happen in the best of 7 when you go 3 up, take your eye off the ball a little, and once you realize you have, it can be difficult to sort of reassert the dominance you had or regain the focus you had. But and especially not when your opponents are rising in confidence. But there, finally, it is Cams finds a way through. There was some shenanigans in net, Triple M, that aided in that ball not being able to be saved. It was Eli bullying Original and level pegging.
Yeah, Eli gets the initial flick, gets the bump, and all Cams has to do is bury that opportunity. It was a difficult one, to be fair, so Cams deserving an equal amount of praise for what was a really good goal from Orlando Pirates. Now then, 1-1, 2 minutes, 11 seconds, and counting to go. Happy Meal gives chase. Original intercepts. Shadow catches. And now it's a shot. Eli takes it off the backboard. Won't be registered as a shot because it wasn't on target, I don't believe, but was a good attempt nevertheless. Apex need to keep the pressure and the forward momentum going. They cannot go to overtime here because you almost feel just the mental exhaustion it would cause to them plays into the hands of Orlando Pirates. I feel like the longer they draw these games out, the more it favors Orlando Pirates. Don't go into overtime against them. Try finish it in regulation time, because I tell you what, those moments where you got to test your bottle, I don't know, you're always going to favor Pirates.
All right, but for the time being, Apex doing a fairly reasonable job of keeping the ball over in the Orlando Pirates half. Shadow trying to go under Eli. Eli doing very well to read it. Happy Meal will get the long clear. He's desperately running after it, trying to fight. Happy Meal and Cams both whipping the pass attempts. Eli's alone for the moment. Eli does stop it in the midfield and brings to an end what could have been a massively dangerous counter.
Dangerous indeed is the word that is really befitting to describe that. It's Eli now into the path of nobody. It's a great piece of defensive work. It's now Happy Meal who catches and gets it into the path of Cams. He takes it up into the heavens, gets boss one, and Shadow will catch on the backboard. Happy Meal again in the middle of the park. I like this from Pirates, always occupying central space and not allowing a ball to just go floating aimlessly across the field for no reason. If there's someone there to stop it, they will. And they're always keeping that pressure up, always making it a half-court game of Rocket League. And that is honestly only something a team of their caliber can do. Oh, this is looking interesting. Can't get anything.
Credit on the other side is that Apex are absorbing the pressure far better than they did in those games, game 1 and 2s, and able to like absorb a little pressure, then find a way out and get something going on the other side. But for all of this work, all of this opportunity, all the soaking of pressure and applying of pressure, it is a 2-goal game, one on either side, and we're going to our second overtime. Orlando Pirates with the upper hand when it comes to overtimes, and now it's a series. Oh, there we go. It's all over. I don't even have time to get the words out. Right out of kickoff, Eli will pick up the loose ball. Great kickoff from Cams. Eli running around Original, flips toward the net. Boom, it's in. 4-1 victory to Orlando Pirates.
Yeah, you've got to feel for Original there. Perhaps a lapse in concentration, hesitation being really the reason for his demise there. And, oh, man, that's just unlucky. But we're going to throw back to the desk and break down that game, I believe, because, man, what a series.
Oh, man. At one stage, I think Apex had a lot of us going. They looked so good at the end there. The first couple of games, it seemed like all business as normal for Orlando Pirates. And then suddenly that margin getting it closer until eventually a little bit of a flip. And even in that last game going all the way to the overtime. Apex, man, you're out here, you're fighting. You were against an entire panel which said that you wouldn't be able to do it. But Greybeard, I mean, at the end of the day, Orlando Pirates still picking up the win.
So Orlando Pirates didn't have a great first split. They made a final once and then finished third, fourth in the other two. To their standards, not a great split. And the consequence of that were this pack of wolves right behind them, snapping at their heels. I have loved how Orlando Pirates have played this regional. They were solid yesterday. They did their job with relentless efficiency. They've come out here and they've dispatched Apex. They've now built some distance. Very, very important and excellent performance from them.
Excellent performance from them. Muzz, you got to see a little bit of Apex, and there was that moment of brilliance, or a couple of moments of brilliance. You know, there were a couple of moments where Orlando Pirates weren't the team that they need to live up to be if they were going to really cement themselves at the top of this. You know, a couple of little double commits. We saw Greybeard losing his mind when 2 players in attack there missed that shot. What are you thinking about Orlando Pirates? Not Orlando Pirates at this stage, we'll still get to chat to them later, but Apex as a good challenger and the fact that they've been able to get up to this stage already.
I mean, yeah, they've been doing superbly well getting up to this point, your Ultrism, and I think Shadow Hunter, he's more than his weight in gold, right? Because he had about 5-6 saves that just to his name, besides the goals that he scored as well, allowing then Lagstar and Original to come in and do the same, but just possibly not enough yet for a team like Orlando Pirates. They've got a superb coach in Lazy Bear, and I think Apex, with a bit more time together and maybe finding themselves on their feet, they can challenge for those top spots when it comes to the SSA. But just unfortunately not today. Going down 4-1 against OP, it's a very tough game. But yeah, Shadow does superbly well. Apex, they do superbly well, but it's close. They're challenging, but not there yet, and they just need to be able to find that chemistry out.
Well, Marcus, the chat vote at the beginning was only about 75%, right, for Orlando Pirates, 25% for Apex, roughly at the end of the day. I know we're going to go into a nice little interview with Eliakim now, but very, very quickly, do you think 75% is enough of the credit to give to Orlando Pirates? Or, I mean, they got 1 game out of 4 against them. 1 game out of 5, technically.
I mean, you can bump it up to 80, but, Apex deserve their 20 because they really did play well for most of those games. It's just a difference in quality, right? That just came down to those really fine moments. So, yeah, I think the predictions that everyone put in were good. I'd give them just a little bit of that extra percentage after that dominant performance.
I like it. Even the games that they lost at the end of it, some of them 1-0, pretty good. And when they did take that one game for themselves, 3-1, a great scoreline there to be able to just go, we've got more than just a fraction, a hair's breadth in every one of these things. I see Eliakim sitting in the waiting room, so I know we're going to be jumping into him very quickly. I think we just have to get his cams on production, just making sure that he is with us right now. Greybeard, last thoughts, favorite moment of that game?
I think it was probably... Look, I think in Game 3 or Game 4, where Orlando Pirates should have shut it down, it happens to the greatest teams in the world where you take your eye off the ball. But I think it was probably Game 4 in that the fact that they overcome. All weekend so far, Orlando Pirates have understood what they need to do to make sure they finish the game where they need to be, which is winning, and that's gotten them through 3-0'd in groups and doing the job here and doing it convincingly.
All right, we are ready for interview, and like you say, they did what needed to be done. Today we get the pleasure of speaking to someone new from the Orlando Pirates lineup. Normally we have Happy Meal in, but today we have Eliakim. So Muzz, I'm going to throw over to you to get to know a little bit more in depth this Orlando Pirates roster.
Oh, well, firstly, I'm just well done on that victory. Kudos to you guys. And yes, a fresh face, Happy Meal finally gets to take the backseat on the interviews here as well. Well, let's start off first. The kind of the demos and the bumps that you kind of incorporate halfway through that series is is that something you decide is necessary for the team? Or does Cams and Happy Meal say, Eli, please just get rid of these defenders and these players?
Well, I think, to be honest with you, I'm a very demo-heavy player, so I find it to be very beneficial to in general, winning a game, especially in a game where you could be a goal down or 2 goals down. Demoing that defender is crucial. So it's just a part of my general gameplay. It's not decided in play style. It's just I think the type of player or play style that I run with. So.
Okay, nice. Yeah, a bit of kind of that playbook you brought over from Royalty Esports, I think, eh?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So Orlando Pirates during the off season, what kind of were you guys working on, and what do you think you bring into the split this time around?
So off season was very heavily reliant on individual skill. We weren't happy with last split's performance, or at least placements, and so we individualized our performance in general, and we worked so hard individually just to get better as players, and Happy Meal's, levels above, last split, Cam's is levels above last split, and I would say I'm levels above last split. So we put a lot of work into, like I said, our individual skill, and I think that's going to show through this the split. So.
I mean, yeah, 100%. We've seen Happy Meal and Cams do so superbly well up front there as well. You guys have there are a lot of teams chasing on the heels of Orlando Pirates, right? We look at Nixa, ATK, White Rabbit Gaming as well. They like them. Yeah. Is there one of these challenges that you guys think you'd have to worry about the most? Who's possibly putting the most pressure on your guys' backs?
To be honest with you, we have one goal, and that's to be champions. That's to be regional champions. We do have a lot of competition, especially seeing as that the points are quite close. But we're not worried about. In my opinion, we're not too stressed about that. We know consistency over the season will follow through, and Rocket League, as Kronovi once said, is all about consistency. So, over the splits, over the regionals, we'll take that wildcard position. But there's a lot of people chasing us. And we have one goal in mind, and that's champion. So we're not focusing on anything else but champion right now.
Okay, perfect stuff. Well, then, thank you so much for making the time, Eliakim, and good luck for those semifinals.
Thank you to everyone. I appreciate it a lot. Thank you.
All right, well, Ultrism, let's bring you guys back in here.
Man, it's so good to get to put a new name, a new face to the names that we're getting to see. The more exposure we get to see into the backgrounds of what it means. These guys are household names in SSA. It's good to see their actual faces as opposed to their beautiful decals there. Like him, amazing person to have on there. Really appreciate his time. Then so much support coming out from the chat as to Orlando Pirates going forwards into this. They're going to have a very tough next round when they get to meet WRG tomorrow, but they get to now relax. It was tough at times, but I think that's a pretty good day's work right there for them. When we come back after the break, we're going to carry on. We're halfway through the day, ladies and gentlemen. The next two parts of the bracket, heading up north, where we are eventually going to end out the day with, it's going to be Limitless there versus... I completely forgot what the other team was. There they are.
ATK Fusion.
Yeah, that's the next game. At the end of the day, we're going to have Limitless
Red
versus Red Crown Esports. And Team Fusion, the surprise underdogs, going to be taking on ATK, who's looking pretty strong with Galaxy included in their roster. We'll get to see all that action just after this.
We are halfway through the day, halfway through the quarterfinals. 8 teams competing. We've seen 2 best-of-7s, 2 best-of-7s to come. The first one was an absolute banger. The second was an Orlando Pirates showing of their intent to absolutely solidify, cement their place in the second spot for the wild card. But all the 8 teams that are kind of vying for that second place spot are in the quarterfinals, with the exception of SRZ, who were knocked out by Fusion. Now Fusion is here. They're a little bit, and Pyro, you're the newest to the desk, and I want to come to you with this. They're a little bit the fly in the ointment team, kind of coming to spoil the party. But man, have they made themselves a statement.
Yeah, hey, if you're rooting for a Cinderella story today, you're looking at Team Fusion. They placed near the bottom at closed qualifiers, which personally I expected them to do better because the Bros were a solid roster and they slotted in Defunct. And what you need to know about Defunct is he's made top 4 pushes with DNMK last season. So if you're looking for someone to take the torch for this team and make another top 4 placement, this could be it for Team Fusion against ATK.
Alrighty, well, let's have a quick look at the bracket. So just so we know where we are. So there we go. In case you're joining us late, or you're living in and around a rock, White Rabbit Gaming in an absolute thriller, taking down Nixa 3-2. Orlando Pirates dominating win over Apex in the second quarterfinal. Now Team Fusion ATK. At the start of today, ATK and White Rabbit Gaming were level pegging on points. And with WRG's win, they've gone above. So now all the pressure on ATK to replicate that. And as we see the team comparison, Fusion and ATK, and ATK stats over a longer period of time, Triple M. But other than that, I mean, a lot closer than you might imagine, though.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, Fusion have raised a lot of eyebrows putting themselves in this position against a team of ATK's stature. You got a 56% win rate for ATK, 49% for Fusion, so not much difference there. Shots are close, assists are close, saves are close, and even goals are close. So this is as close as a series as you're going to get. I think in terms of individual ability, that's where you might see a difference. Now, ATK have lost a big star, and they've replaced him with Galaxy. That's going to be very interesting because Galaxy played very well in a preseason skirmish tournament, a 6-man tournament organized by SBN. I think it was Astronic. He really impressed me there, and I'm interested to see how he plays today. On the other side, you've got Defunct, as mentioned previously by Pyro, who has that top 4 experience and brings a winning mentality to this roster that previously just didn't have it, when they were with Bros. So, eagerly contested battle between these two teams is what I'm anticipating.
And no doubt we will get it. And what I've loved about Team Fusion is they've done so much right as an organization, backing up their team, generating hype, creating a team, their social media, their marketing. They've just been superb with that. They're also, as far as I know, the only team to have a mental coach. And when I was speaking to some of the team and management and people around yesterday after their win, almost one for one was saying Spooky, their coach, and he's also now taken over coaching duties because Isaacs is no longer around, but they have credited him for bringing a mental coach and Ultrazim. And I mean, what a great thing to see, and what a new dynamic for performance of Rocket League teams.
Oh, 100%. The closest thing we had to a mental coach before this was CP Zebra, who was hanging around and not all there. He was brilliant in his own way. Having them, their entire idea, their entire approach to Rocket League and as an organization is so nice. It's so wholesome. You always see, shout out to all of the guys from Bro and Millennial Times Gaming who are in the chat. I know Hannibal's hanging around all the time. They're so vocal on Twitter. They support this organization so much. There's so much love for anyone coming in. And the fact that they've been able to now pick up such a good roster with that fragment of DNMK coming in there, Defunct, and having that slot into the other people who are working so hard with them. I wanted to do their team stream last week because I saw potential in them, because I was so excited for that. And to get to see them come in as the lowest ranked in this stages, come through as the highest rank from their bracket and beat WRG. WRG is now through to the semifinals, right? If they beat WRG, does that not mean Fusion deserves to be in that place?
Well, let's now talk about that. We've got the chat vote going, hashtagging their thoughts on that. But let's get our thoughts. Starting with you, Pyro. Who takes this? Fusion, ATK.
I'll be quick about it. Listen, there's a lot of energy around Team Fusion, but I'm going to join the bandwagon. Give me Team Fusion against ATK.
All right, Triple M, ATK, the ones who've been around, or the new upstarts. Who takes it?
The upstarts, Team Fusion.
Woo! Altruism, the upstarts or the establishment?
Bro, I thought I was going as the underdog for Fusion, but I think ATK deserves some sort of credit. No, like, I'm going to split this panel just because ATK doesn't deserve like a whole panel sweep. No.
I love what Fusion is doing. I do think ATK might have the edge here. So we have a completely split panel. Our casters for the next series, the next quarterfinal, Altruism and Pyro J.
All right, Altruism. Well, let's get down to business. What do you say? This, for me, was the most highly anticipated match of the day because there's so many question marks. Galaxy is inserted into ATK, leaving Gizu out of the equation. What does that mean for ATK, who's typically a counterattack heavy team, very speedy? Does that slow them down? Does it empower them? But then Team Fusion, out of the group of death, group D, they come alive. They storm into this top 8 immediately. Whew, it sets us up for a great match.
Like, I don't even understand what's happening, how this has been the dynamic that we're actually questioning so much. Completely split panel, and for good reason. You know, I really enjoyed getting to see Fusion. I love what they're doing. But they're currently sitting on 8 points in the overall rankings. ATK is sitting on 38. ATK arguably fighting it out for that top 2 as intensely as they possibly can. Now they got to deal with these young upstarts who have now broken through all the way from the closed qualifiers. And they've got work to do here today. Defunct, Boy, and of course 5BS wanting to challenge and make the biggest name for themselves on the biggest stage and find their spot for the semifinals.
Oof, yeah, I think those 3 names you just called out need to work the goal line for a moment because we just had like 2 or 3 really close opportunities for ATK. They just couldn't get it between the posts or under the crossbar. So some of the shot chances maybe need to be worked on a little bit. And again, that was part of what I wanted to assess as part of this match. How does Galaxy truly fit into this equation? Because if I'm not incorrect, this was the substitute of the roster during the last split. Yep. And you know, the ATK were looking for replacements. So when they bring up their substitute, what does that mean? I've heard Galaxy has done great things. I just have yet to see it in person. So it's part of what I'm assessing today as, well, we're still even Steven after the first minute.
Yeah, 100%. And knowing that you're going to go against probably the biggest challenger, this is a beautiful little slow dribble around the outside by Defunct. Brilliant patience. And that's something that we have seen coming out from Fusion in the past, is their creativity in their plays is allowing them to just change up the pace. Unfortunately, they still leave themselves vulnerable to that counter-attack. Werty picking up this, Galaxy putting the pressure on there, even managing to get that dunk in the corner. You wanted him to prove himself. Pyro, you gotta admit, that's a great way to set yourself up for the first goal.
Absolutely. The catalyst for that goal right there was reading the attempted clear from Boy. So a fantastic showing there, but there is a connection there between 5BS and Boy. Couldn't manage for the goal, but don't tell me this is an open net right now. Okay, Boy is there to defend it. The defense has been a little shaky today for Fusion Esports. Giving me some heart palpitations out here. Defunct, that is not the first time he's tried to fake his way into the next play. It's worked on some occasions, but yeah, making me sweat here on others.
When you talk about the 2 teams who run the hottest and coldest, I would say ATK historically has been one of those teams that on their best day pulls off the most ridiculous things. And yet Fusion also now looking like a team that sometimes they can do incredible things, other times paying in the back line there, Werty getting a beautiful demo, and just the rest of Fusion not at all ready for this attack.
Yeah, not at all. Again, the defense has been shaky. They're looking still to establish themselves. They're vulnerable to demolitions and these quick passes from the corner. Those have to get stopped early. because we know ATK can strike very well. Listen, there's a very sobering moment here for fans of Fusion Esports, and that is that ATK has had very consistent top 8 performances. You mentioned their ranking, which is so high right now. They even have a top 2 to show for this season. That's nothing short of greatness so far. So even with this new third, this is still a very dangerous team. With this 2-0 lead, they're certainly feeling like flexing that strength. But we do still have halfway of the game left for Fusion Esports to shut their stuff as well. Defunct, it's a good clear here as he moves up the field.
Picked up comfortably again at the back then. A beautiful little pinch to pop it down to the other side. Werty waiting there. Defunct clearing it up. And so the scoreline seeming to slow down for a bit. Defunct's actually got a great shot onto an open net. Doesn't even need the extra touch there. But just a barren back line. Maybe ATK feeling a little bit too confident on aggression there, because they have paid with just quite a simple shot there from Defunct in a good place with 2 minutes left to go.
Well, yeah, and I was calling out Fusion Esports for that mistake, but it looks like ATK exposed in their defensive vulnerabilities as well. Gotta have that first man back, no doubt about it. Galaxy wants to read this from the corner. Weelu, oh, great touch towards the goal line. Defunct, they're in time though. Ball sets sail to the sky as Boy knocks it down. Already looking for a teammate, can't find anybody though. 5BS with half a tank of boost. Where's he gonna go with it? Down to the ground, wants to hop it back up. Can't do it, Boy, defender of the half-court line to pop another shot out. Fusion Esports looking for that next goal.
Still this Fusion lineup seem to be confident to push up quite a lot. They are looking for their opportunities. They know that they have to close out this 1-goal lead right now with a minute left. And so not afraid to throw everyone, but not diving in just yet. Defect waits at the half line. Does get a mild touch on it. 5BS managing to get it. In fact, linking all of them together. Defunct with a nice little backflip attempt, but Weelu still managing to read it out the whole way. Boy playing so aggressively. Cuts it in along the side of the field. Trying to take it out and gets a demo on the way out. Werty, the brick wall though, means ATK seeming to be comfortable just for the last little bit, especially if they can get this third goal in.
I love how composed Wordy looks on the sideline there, taking 50-50 after 50-50, truly resembling the Lo-Fi Girl decal. But calm yourselves no longer, because here to shake up the scene is Defunct.
Just aggression coming through there, just not content to sit on his own baseline and try and fight it out and defend for the next half a minute. He plows through the oncoming attackers, pins them both against the side there and clangs it into the back of the net. Aggression coming out there now. Defunct paying with his life. Galaxy trying to muscle his way through to the center, and Defunct, having missed it now, sets it open for Weelu to slide it in there back towards ATK's benefits.
The highs and lows of Rocket League can leave you upset during the lows. That is a deep, deep valley that Defunct has found himself in there. The misread on the defensive play. They're now in the position where they have to score again. Boy could be in position for that. Defunct trying to get back in time, able to leap and dive for that save, but still needs to turn this around. Galaxy from the backboard. Drop down pass isn't good enough. Boy saves again, and there's the saving grace of boost for 5BS. Can't win out the 50-50. Defunct trying to save this shot. It's no good. Galaxy scores and secures the first win for ATK.
Man, even little touches like that from Boy, popping it up, actually centering it a little bit more, would have been better to just let it run past the outside of the goal. And it's definitely come down to a defensive couple of mishaps from Fusion. They've proven that they've got some offensive prowess when they can start controlling the game. Giving up 4 goals here means that it doesn't matter what they can do after this buzzer now. Game number 1 is going to go to ATK. And Pyro, do you think this is ATK and the way that they're setting it up for the rest of it, or have Fusion managed to scare them even just a little bit?
I think that ATK were so close to looking like they were ready to sweep this series, right? I mean, we started out 2-0. We started out with a hodgepodge of shots. Look at that tally. Is that up to 14 in the game? But we did have those little mistakes as well. So I think, listen, I have my questions, as I said, about the cohesion of this roster. But in my opinion, I think it's looking better than I had ever imagined. Altruism, as long as ATK are able to tie up these loose ends, they look very much favored in this matchup against, like you said, a Fusion Esports who is exposing a little more mistakes.
Yeah, 100%. Mistakes come, they happen, and they have happened for both teams. At this stage, just Fusion being the ones to make a couple too many, unable to clear that pressure on their back line, suffering half as many shots as they managed to put on themselves. Not a great start for Fusion, but this is game one of a best of 7. It's still a long series to go. We saw it earlier. We've seen both kinds of series, the complete sweeps and the back and forth action from our first day today. I'm not sure which way this is going to go. Definitely Fusion, ones who have a lot to prove, and they've got a little bit of mountains that they've got to start climbing with one game under the bag for ATK.
I think there's some mountains in the background of Forbidden Temple. So here we are. We've noted it before, but it's back in the main rotation. Yeah, absolutely. Love to see it once again. I think the players do as well. It's someplace in my heart, Altruism, I am going to miss the cute little fishies of Aquadome.
Fair, but I'm more for the beautiful sky, the temples, where prayers can be answered. Unfortunately, here, Fusion prayers not going to be answered straight out of the gate. They are going to have to do some work if they want to make it happen here. 3 players ending up pinned in that corner. I don't know what happened with the rotations at the beginning there. Effectively a kick-off goal and some great first offense there coming out from ATK with great early aggression.
Yeah, credit due absolutely to ATK, who's trying to survive this current bout, but yeah, there's a theme here, and it's that Fusion Esports, they take a bit of time to establish that defense. If ATK can continue to make this roster feel uncomfortable as they rotate back on defense. There's 5BS rotating on the outside. I thought he was going to rotate ball side again there. But yeah, they're figuring it out as time goes along. And oh my, Galaxy, what a pass. He's going to slip that right back down to Wilu. Look at the give and go between these two. But it is indeed open. And that last touch from Wilu is going to find it away. How did that ball not go in?
Oh my goodness, that open goal there. I was just sitting for half a field looking and going, no one's back. The demos are there, the bumps are there, the counterattack is there, and they had it. The shot wasn't perfect, but I thought it was still enough. And now Boy left backwards in his own net means ATK able to take a second goal lead where it could have so closely been a 1-0 series.
I mean, these are moments where Fusion Esports need to show that they have the ability to compete at the top 8, even maybe the top 4 level. But again, with mistakes like these that have to look more consistent, they're not looking as reliable. So still early on in the series, but another 2-0 lead to start for ATK. We're allowing Fusion Esports really to just play back into their defense. They're trying to slow down the pace, control the game as they have for almost the majority of the series so far. A little hustle and bustle in there in the middle of the field. Boy, does that boost to make a play here. Knocks it off the backboard. Defunct searching for a shot. 5BS as well. But it will be Fusion Esports to have to give it another roll around the corner.
I'm kind of feeling at this stage from watching Fusion, shot challenging there, is that Fusion tends to go a little bit hard on some of their initial offenses, you know, throwing all 3 people in the beginning there. And it means that if they don't get that goal, which they sometimes do, they kind of run out before they manage to just keep that wave after wave of pressure going that we're getting to see from teams like Limitless, teams like Orlando Pirates, that old school pressure style mentality of South Africa or Sub-Saharan Africa. Instead, they go for more of the flurry, the push, the attack, like they're trying to do right now.
The defenders are going to start expecting that Defunct is going to fake shots at this point. He is so poised in those situations, but sadly couldn't close out that play. But boy, I just love the composure today so far from Defunct. Just has to execute afterwards in order to make those plays work. We'll see. Fusion Esports are able to do that again. And yeah, maybe there truly are a team made up of counter attacks here. Ball across the face of the goal. Boy, couldn't get there in time as Wordy surges back up to the play. I agree though, Altruism. Seeing this team work more in waves and a long-standing possession could treat them better. But maybe for now they'll have to rely on these quick transitions to offense.
At this stage, they've definitely had the opportunities. They've definitely had the ideas. Not managing to link them together. This one again, Defunct very high in there, sends it on the backboard. The pass is there and completed by Boy. We talked about how quickly this team needs to build their offense together. And how's that from one corner to the other, finding the perfect pass. Galaxy diving valiantly for the direct shot, but it turns into the best set up in the center. What a way here. Fusion has a 1-goal game.
Beautifully done as well, but Galaxy threading the needle off the kickoff. Wordy's there. Oh, destruction and devastation on the side of Fusion Esports. Their ability to start to close that score gap is all for naught after that play.
Kickoff goals when you've had to work so hard are just heartbreaking right now. Still, it is only game number 2. Fusion with 1 minute 20 seconds. I certainly wouldn't say that they're out of anything yet. But man, it looks like they've got work to do considering how aggressive this ATK lineup's going to be. In fact, it's taken out with the demo straight away. Pass towards the center, doesn't even need it. Wurty with the softest little redirect here, set up by this play. 3 touches, 4 with the flip reset from there. And Wurty, in fact, stealing that from Galaxy. Savage.
Yeah, I don't know how the mental coach, oh no, that's on Fusion Esports, how they were going to help the team comms after the stealing of the goal, but yeah, beautiful play from Galaxy. I'm writing down my notebook. Do not give time to Galaxy in the air because he will do things like that. 3-goal lead here with 1 minute remaining. Fusion Esports, they were able to collect 2 goals in game number 1. And are looking for that tally once again. Remember how they found that first goal as well. We haven't seen very highly elevated plays from Fusion Esports, but it was that play from Defunct to take to the skies and get a booming pass off the backboard. Maybe they need to rest their laurels or rely on an approach like that again.
Yeah, at this stage, the aerial game really is such a big part of both of these teams right now. You've got Wurty, you've got Galaxy, both of them like getting up there. Defunct's trying to set something up, gets a decent flick towards it, getting it over the top there, but sent aside there by Wilu, managing to get it out. Now Wurty going to try the exact same thing from the other side, denied as well, but the pass is there. He did as much work as he wanted, even though he got dispossessed at the end of this. Defunct being able to take it away from Wurty just puts it right into the hands of Wilu.
I gotta say, Altruism, Wordy and Wilu, if they haven't won your guys' heart yet, they're becoming one of the most enjoyable duos to watch, I think, in SSA Rocket League. We're so impressed by the streaks that they've made in the first split during this season, and now they're looking better than ever here in this top 8 game, the quarterfinals of the SSA Winter Open, or summer for you all, of course, but ATK looking stronger and stronger as this series goes, Alt.
Well, I'm liking this, right? You talked about that partnership, Wurty and Wilu. They've been together for a while, ever since Gizu was still in the lineup, and then Gizu leaves and Galaxy coming in. Wurty, Wilu still working so well together, getting 2 goals apiece for each of them and picking up an assist apiece. Galaxy, though, slotting in there beautifully, working with the team, gets 5 shots himself and manages to get that 3 assists, the playmaker medal to come through there. Setting up every one of the goals with an assist is this team right now, playing so well together. And it's really nice to see. If you're an ATK fan, if you're a Fusion fan, there is a lot of work you've got to do, and I think it starts in the back line.
Oh, most certainly does. Yeah, you cannot forget about how both of these games started, where it was just complete chaos in defensive rotations. I mean, we've even knocked them for the offensive rotations, Altruism. They struggle to hold these long possessions and go rally for rally. So yeah, the communication has to be on point for Fusion Esports. Listen, it was enough to go top of Group D. We can't forget this is the team that defeated White Rabbit Gaming and earned their spot in the top 8. They have the ability to do this, most certainly. But do we have the ability to start the game? No, we don't. So we're going to wait just a little bit, Altruism. But yeah, what do you think's the main focus right now for Fusion Esports to get the rotations to work a little seamlessly?
Well, they've got some time to think about it now, right? This is the first use of that pause that we wanted to see, just maybe taking an extra second. They say it's to discuss the car or to swap the car out. But maybe taking that time to just be like, all right, focus on the rotation. If you're third man, stop pushing up so much. You know, that's the basis for all of your forward rotations and your defensive rotations, is that you've got to keep the whole field cycling. And if you're going to throw 3 people into attack, you're leaving yourself vulnerable in defense. If you're throwing yourself 3 into attack very quickly, it means that there's nothing there to carry on that pressure. Just spreading yourselves out across the field, waiting until your teammate has had their opportunities, and then coming in there together, a really nice way to start it. And seems like they are doing that right now. Fusion already spreading themselves across the field, but ATK not going to let them have any space to try and play around that.
Yep. Expanding that range. Very important right now for Fusion Esports. They've had most of the chances here at the start of the game. 5BS trying to fly his way into a shot. Cannot defeat Galaxy, though, on his defensive performance, but he is eliminated from the stage. Wordy and Wilu will still give it a try, though. Offensively, Wordy able to get past Defunk, but not Boy on the backboard. Galaxy with the shot, it's too high. Little lower, would have been a goal. Yeah, stops it. Can Boy get there? Not quite. The shot just too fast.
The power to just push it straight through his body. 5BS was there, gets a good touch with the flick on it, but it keeps going straight through there. 8K picking that up after a great series of pressure that they built wave upon wave. Fortunately for Fusion, not able to clear it out at any stage.
Not quite indeed. Galaxy getting his revenge there with a demolition onto Boy. Wordy not giving any easy or simple clears. Still kind of hanging around there looking for that second touch. And Galaxy sees Wordy across the field. It's back down to Wilu, who tries to make a solo play endeavor. Galaxy there for the shot. It's high again. Oh, Galaxy's trying to hit the Guinness World Record on speed of shot, I think, Altruism, when he just needs to put it on target.
That's the secret, right? Both he and Wurtsy actually had time on that ball, and I think that there was a call from Galaxy saying, I got this. Instead, it's turned around the other way. Very quick. Fusion being able, in just a couple of little rotations, gets that beautiful 50 from 5BS up to Boy, reads it off the roof, has to just correct his body a little bit to get that perfect placement. And Fusion managing to level up their game.
Yeah, and you know what? That's the counterattack game as well. Coming out big for Fusion Esports. It's also the ability to observe mistakes from ATK. They miss shots that they should make. Okay, you're going to suffer for it. Fusion Esports, they're going to send everybody up to that next attack after you've missed the shot that you expected to hit. And Defunct looking for an accurate shot there, or even a pass. 5BS, good control in the corner here. Pass out to Boy. Oh, still saved. Wordy now with the savior medal, but I'm liking the connections in field from Fusion.
Yeah, 100%. 5BS there. I mentioned it earlier, how creative this Fusion lineup can be in their approaches. And 5BS, one of those players that loves to change up the pace. Going with a beautiful little dribble there over to, realizes that he's now managed to do all the work he needs to and tries for that pass. It's just a great save that saves it in the center. Now a bit of a bump there on the back line. 5BS taken out of the play. And it's up to ATK to try and put some pressure on.
It is certainly time to do just that, reestablish their dominance here. They've been able to manage some considerable leads for each win, but right now with the tie game and 2 minutes remaining, it's gonna be Fusion Esports to knock away that shot. They've got a lead. Oh.
Man, again it comes off just a collision in the corner, bounces out right there. And it's up to someone to wait in the center. Seems to be the call for Fusion. The ball will come to you. Let me do something crazy. Let me just go for the dunk. Not committing too much, and that is a really nice way to manufacture opportunities where there was nothing before. Take the 1-goal lead. That's a long shot. Galaxy having to do some reactions to be able to pick it up, and he does better than just stop it going down his side of the field. He turns it back.
Goodness gracious. Galaxy continues to swing the momentum so quickly. I mean, remember the last game when Fusion Esports were able to go 1-2, very close, and then he makes these movements on the kickoff to set up another 2-goal lead. Does it there, but even more mechanically impressive. Galaxy, really a player to watch instead of a player to continue to expect more from. We lose. Smart bump, but I don't think he had support there on a shot.
Oh man, that was so close. Actually, if he had got it on target, the bump was good enough. There was no third man waiting in there, but it was just off, maybe a little bit off. But I love the idea. Is Boy, though, going to be able to take a shot? Somehow just putting it high. There've been a couple of those from Team Friction, but unfortunately this time, they're not able to take that lead, denied by the woodwork. It's up to them to do a little bit more. Funk sends it high. Boy, trying to get a little bit of a touch. It actually turns into a fake. The Funk with the shot! And he sends it in there. I don't know if that was completely planned. In fact, Boy does get credited with the assist, gets it onto his tire, and the slightest deflection to get it up past the airborne opponent, sets it up for Defunct.
Listen, I'll tell you what was planned, Altruism. That shot from Defunct. That is not the first time we've seen him slot it right under the crossbar, right out of range from the defender. I think his shot placement has to be just praised throughout this series so far. And it's given the lead back now to Fusion Esports as well. Their offense really starting to find their stride here. But they've got 3/4 of a minute remaining to hold on to that lead. Defunct cannot connect with 5BS as the ball is put away. ATK got to make a chance out of this right now. Galaxy is eliminated from the stage, so they may wait just a moment here to make a three-pronged attack.
Look at the change in attitude, though, coming out here. Pass towards the center. Defunct sitting back patiently there. That's exactly what we wanted out of them. There's so much more willingness to rotate back here from this Fusion side. And it's given them that 1-goal advantage. Yeah, they're not putting in all the offensive pressure. Yeah, you might be going, they could have taken a shot there if someone was pushed up, but at least they don't get punished. This one, another opportunity. They might not need it, but they're going to be very happy with the fact that it's a 1-goal lead. Galaxy has to make something happen. Finds the backboard, looking for the double touch. Was he taking the shot? Denied out by Defunct. MVP of this Fusion side so far. And all they need is to touch it down to get this over with. ATK, can you really manufacture something from this?
It appears not, but boy, that had me worried for a moment. We're excited for ATK, but nevertheless, Fusion Esports able to take the win, their first win in the series. I mean, we can't overstate the impact, Altruism, of this win, because we know how rare a best-of-7 reverse sweep is. Yes, it's possible, but oh dear, is it so difficult. So Fusion Esports taking this win breathes new life into this match, new life into this series, and new confidence for this team, because offensively, they're really starting to put together the pieces.
Yeah, that was great. I love that. A big change up. I really do. I don't know if you saw it there, but it seemed like they did change all their rotational dynamics of what they wanted to do. Love to see it. Really good. Getting 10 shots in. I think that's their highest score or shot tally. Actually pipping out ATK. They only had 9 shots on there. And again, linking them all by assists is a great way to build it as a team. Fusion managing to avoid it. Oh, by the way, Pyro, a little bit of trivia here. For Fusion Esports, it's not called a reverse sweep. They have dubbed it the Betty sweep if they do it. So they managed to avoid the Betty this week. They still got some work to do, though. 2-1 is the scoreline in favor of ATK.
All right. I appreciate the trivia. That's fantastic. Fusion Esports. They've got a solid chance in this series now. I'll tell you what, we're talking a lot about Fusion Esports, what they're starting to do better, right? Hey, the spotlight's got to be put on ATK now as well, because though they've done a lot well in this series and they're continuing to rack up the tally on the scoreboard, really, Fusion Esports got started last game because of the mistakes from ATK on offense. Just a simple miss from Galaxy, a couple of them going too high to sort of catalyze Fusion Esports. They've got to clean up on those chances that they're getting. Oh, that one, almost one of them. Willu, another one turned away.
Oh, that was a big opportunity. Now getting less and less potent as time goes on here for ATK. Still trying to find something towards the center. Once more high. The shot was there. Werty unable to finish it off. And there were so many big attacking opportunities there for ATK. This one going to go very high. Defunct doing some cleanup work. And a counter attack opportunity coming out there. 100% here. ATK having all the shots, all the pressure that they could possibly want, and making none of them count.
That's the thing. Shot placement is making the difference in this series, especially when you compare it to Defunct's shots, which have landed right under the crossbar almost every time. There's one team that is truly making every chance count, and it looks to be Fusion Esports. Boy, picks up the dub from Defunct.
Oh, that's disgusting. That's just rude at the end there. I cannot believe that. Being able to weather the storm of 4 shots from ATK, Fusion gets one opportunity. The pass is down there from Defunct. And Boy says, thank you, I'll put that in as fast as possible into the bottom corner. Gets up that 1 goal lead.
Oh my. Oh, Weelu doesn't like a bit of that. Tried to put on a shot immediately. Thought he was lining up the double tap. Didn't knock it in, though. Defunct. A lot of time on the ball here. Can't make a flick or any kind of play happen there, though. Boy, does see Defunct still downfield, though. Can they dime it up again for another shot chance? Ilu trying to ensure that doesn't happen with the bump onto Boy. 5BS next up to the plate. And the pace of the game has slowed down just a little bit. Normally, it's ATK trying to keep things quick, and they certainly will. Great dump from Weelu here, taking it inside to dish it off to Galaxy.
Look at Wurty at the beginning there. Defunct had the challenge, and he was the third man. Everyone was still rotating back, and being able to knock Defunct out of the way meant that ball cut in so much faster. 5BS, Boy, we're not in the position to challenge that out, and it ends up being a chaotic little back scratch there in the back alleys, in fact. And it means that ATK able to bring her back just from the chaos caused by Wurty. There haven't been the big shots, but there's been the scrappy little play, the creative plays that have proved to be what ATK need, and they do it this time. It's up to see which one takes the next one as we level out the game with half of it yet to go.
Yeah, and I love this. Halfway through the game, tied up. I talked about Altruism as the most highly anticipated match of the day. It could truly go either way. Fusion Esports trying to convince everyone of that. If anyone isn't convinced just yet, Wordy, bounce shot, Boy sends it high. Galaxy, no stranger to the skies. Pass out to Weelu. The shot goes wide. And Wordy is the third, tries to send it in as well. But again, coming up short, Weelu. Down and out, cleared away again. Fusion Esports trying to lay up a brick wall on that goal line.
2 up there from Fusion, but 5BS being up means that they can still throw someone without anyone committing too much. This is a bad touch backward by Defunct. Somehow 5BS managing to clean that up. It's still in a dangerous position. Galaxy waiting in the back line. Well caught by Defunct, and a nice pass off attempt there to Boy. Unfortunately gets cut off by them, and instead Galaxy hovering around there. 3 players all moving quite slowly here from Fusion, trying to get it towards the other side of the field. Gonna take some prowess. Forces out the double commit. This is big. Boy has just Weelu to beat. Weelu pushing it out to the side. Doesn't get it any further than 5BS, but he will on the second attempt.
And Defunct there. Back in time to kick it away, but can he kick this shot away? Wordy's in position to score. The go-ahead goal now in favor of ATK.
I don't know there. Weelu just jumping up there in the corner with no one really committed to him. There were 2 players around him, but still no one really challenging. I think that was a very high skying ball. And Boy probably just more focused on the demo there, but maybe just seeing again through clouds. Wow, lots of demos coming out, in fact, between these 2 teams. Good pass towards the center. 5BS with the shot, and this Fusion side does not miss.
Oh, that is electric. You gotta be kidding me with this one. 5BS! Unbelievable!
2 defenders were there!
Oh my goodness. And I was praising Defunct's shot placement. I mean, that is near perfection. ATK being forced time and time again to be nothing short of perfect on this defensive side. Amazing what Fusion Esports are able to bring back to ATK. Even when their back's against the wall, they've tied it up. Can they get the lead? No, that's not the right touch from 5BS that time around. Boy, trying to set this into safe territory in the corner.
Man, some violence coming out here, but I do love it. Oh, Boy with another attempt. He's got to find the backboard. Every time there's a person in the center waiting, this Fusion side looks so dangerous. There they had Defunct waiting, and he nearly made it happen, still hanging around. They can find a pass towards the center, pass towards the backboard. There is going to be a big shot, and ATK needs to be careful of anything pushing anywhere close to their box.
Yeah, because every time they have a possession, they are ripe with danger. I mean, they are just so prepared to strike a meteor down to the goal. Boy, looking to do that from wherever on the field. From the far side, would have been a bit high, but we lose still kicks it away. 5BS across the width of the field to Boy. Back off the ceiling. 5BS shot denied. Up the ceiling again. 5 seconds remaining. Defunct leaves it for Boy. Boy passed down across the goal line. Cleared away again. Galaxy could keep this up, but knocks it to the ground. We got extra time to see if Fusion Esports can equalize in the series.
Oh man, this game, I was worried after the first two that this was going to be a one-sided series, but it seems Fusion is back to find this out, having some great opportunities there. They're going to have to do some work here. Defunct pays with his life, but does enough to get that shot out there. Boy now trying to launch a bit of a counter-attack. Clashes against Werty. The demo comes out, meaning Defunct's going to have to make a turn to try get it there. Sends it a long way across the field. Werty getting it high. It's on the backboard. Galaxy diving for that means that there's no other jump being able to come in here. 5BS has work to do with 0 boost. There's 2 up there. Neither of them go for it. But so far, ATK not wanting to dedicate too much in the first couple of seconds of overtime.
Yeah, and listen, that's fair, but Fusion Esports, they really got to hammer away some cohesion here on the defensive line. We've seen how quickly it can break down, and with that sort of onslaught of shots, it was looking worrisome there. They've got to be intentional with these touches as well. Often in overtime, we've already seen Defunct kind of kick away the ball back into ATK's half for them to pick it right back up again and head down the field. Just exactly what Galaxy is trying to do. Good pitch play, and there's no one to take the shot. Are you kidding me? Right across the face of the goal with no one to score.
Oh man, 2 of the defenders from Fusion chasing their way back. Defunct left alone there. The pass comes through. The save actually comes off there. Galaxy in the way of his own teammate that would have clutched up their 3rd game and set them into a great place. Instead, they're going to just drag it out a little bit longer. ATK, they make a mistake once, but they managed to capitalize from the pressure they'd built up until then.
I mean, I guess this was 5BS giving back to when Galaxy saved their own shot. He said, no, you guys earned that goal. It's okay. It's all yours. What a fiery overtime there. Much in favor of ATK. I mean, you can tell this is a team that, especially if Werty and Wilu, that have been here before Altruism. Yes, they take a loss in the series. And, you know, there are quite a few teams that would be really shaken up by that. But this is a team of ATK who have gone the distance so many times in the playoff situation, who have gone all the way to a championship final in one of these regionals this season. So they're made for these situations, and showing that dominance in overtime, I think exhibits exactly that.
Yeah, ATK just seemed to try and take away the tempo and be able to control the game really well here. A total of 14 shots for them is incredible, right? It's just so much pressure that Fusion has to do. Fusion then only being able to get to the other side. And we talked about it a couple of times. Fusion only needed those 1 or 2 shots to be able to really get into the back of the net, even though their shot count is big. The really powerful ones had to be massive saves from ATK. Still ATK with pure numbers being able to pull this off. And like you say, they've got the temperament for it. They know how to push it in Fusion. Making a couple of mistakes in the back line mean that they paid just once too many times. Whoa, Pyro, are we actually going to keep going with this? Is this the end, right? Was that just a flash in the pan from Fusion, or is ATK going to be on their toes all the way now?
I will say this, at the beginning of the series, their defense again and again just looked shaky, like it had yet to be established. Even their offense just didn't have that spice, that power behind the shots. But as we've gone on through the series, they truly look better and better from Fusion Esports. I don't think it was a flash in the pan. And that last game in overtime, it's as close as you can get. So, yeah, we had a 4-1 series last time, and boy, kind of ruthless on the fake there. Can't finish the play, but pretty clean.
Oh, that was mean. That was horrible. I wasn't expecting that. I got sold from the person's perspective, and I'm not even the one with the controller in my hand. So they're a good attempt, good creativity, again, from Fusion. Got to give them credit for that. The way that they're approaching these shots is really good, and they're giving themselves some big space to make the shots happen. It's taking a couple of the build-up players to try and get a big shot towards the center, but when they do, they look dangerous. And doing well with these 50s, I think, is a big part of their game plan.
Most certainly. 5BS chasing this ball. back down towards his own backboard. Weelu pass in front of the goal. Boy, opting for just a low 50-50. Try and put it back to the corner where Defunct can handle it off of the backboard. Clear is met by Boy, but Weelu punches that over to the side. And 5PS, with not a lot of resources in the tank, has to plummet back down to the ground and give it up to Defunct. There goes Boy, maybe an opening as Galaxy turns this around the corner, searching for a bump as well, but cannot locate it. And 5BS of Fusion Esports, they're just trying to get out of this onslaught. It's seeming more and more difficult as the pass down to Weelu. Wordy is up for this, but Defunct pulls away. Good resilience from Fusion Esports, but they need to give themselves a chance as well.
Oh, come on. I don't know how Fusion hasn't really given up a goal at this stage, simply because that was a long time for them to kind of just sit stationary in their net. There were so many opportunities. Even now, no one really challenging now with a big, confident play there. They're not able to clear it out now. And even when they do, there's a couple of misses in there that are just giving some space. Instead, they finally work their way to the other side of the field. It's only taken 1 or 2 chances before. Let's see if they can make something happen on the few opportunities they get to go into that orange half.
Yeah, there's a couple things for certain. It's that ATK are most often going to get the most shots by a wide margin, but they're also going to have the lesser shot percentage, at least in conversions to goals. So they're racking up the tally. They're putting on the pressure, but can they throw it down? Wordy passing Galaxy off the crossbar. Oh, we've seen it too often at this point, Altruism.
What is going on? I can appreciate Fusion there sometimes when they are patient because there have been some demos, and then they got across. Fabius finds it towards it, doesn't manage to get it inside the post though. Even Defect coming through afterwards, unable to find that touch. So close from Fusion. When they do get the breakaways, they are looking potent, just as potent as ATK is over the long periods. But the long periods, here comes another series of droughts, I would say, for Fusion. Let's see if they can survive the harsh winter.
I mean, listen, whoever scores is going to feel a massive sigh of relief because we've had some glaring opportunities that have gone untaken for. And boy, you know, one of these teams, one of these players has to rise to the occasion. And it is Boy to try and do exactly that. 5BS in the midfield. No one's back now. But the ball straggles around to the corner. Galaxy. Good control there. Trying to opt for the 50-50, but 5BS gives him nothing to work with. When 5BS is in position in the midfield, can he get a shot off? No, it's Wordy, but they're going to trade demolitions. Galaxy will high up once again as Boy clears to the corner. Down to that final minute, still nothing.
Really good awareness and good mechanical understanding what the basic idea of their defense is, Fusion, sometimes, where Boy gets blown up, comes back into the game, and immediately onto that backboard to reach that ball so far away. Weelu turning it aside, finding a teammate. Defunct doesn't bother going up for this, gives the space to Boy. No one really going to be chasing that down. Defunct waiting like a predator just there. 38 seconds left in this clock. That's a bit of a double committed to the corner. That's terrible. Galaxy completely open net. Sends it down towards the other side of the field. The second shot going to be the one that sends it in there. Fusion just maybe desperate to make something out of their attempt outside of their own half, thinking they had one shot at it. And it turns aside all the defensive work they've had to do until now.
I mean, Weelu just put his cape on and saved the day there. Because Galaxy had the shot chance. Galaxy had the pass chance to Weelu. Neither were there was some kind of in-the-middle chance there. It doesn't matter. Okay, Fusion Esports, you gotta score. You gotta score now or your time in this regional is over. Defunct sends it to the middle and... Oh, Boy tries to take this shot, just couldn't keep up with it. Defunct off the ceiling. He's got the boost. He's got the ability, but it's saved away from Galaxy. Boy to the midfield. 5PS with the touch off of the backboard. No, Boy can't get the touch. Defunct has to keep alive, but it's cleared away. That should be it. ATK take the series, and they're on to the top 4.
You know what, Pyro? At the end there, I heard the heartbreak in your voice, and I was feeling it there. Fusion fighting so hard to try and keep it going to another game. And it just ends up being the one goal, the one double commit that Fusion puts too much into the corner. You can see the big match temperament just not there for this new team. And it means that they crack at the last there. ATK punishing that one mistake. They had so many shots to get that one mistake out of Fusion at the end. but just the tempo of the two games. And that, I think, is why I put my vote on ATK to win this. Is Fusion's going to have to do so much right. I'm interested to see what the panel has, and then, of course, get into our interview.
Alrighty, well, Triple M. So, you know what? Man, oh man, it had the makings of a classic. Fusion were thereabouts. They, the first game they went 3 behind. They caught up they came close. They won the all-important 4th game. It looked like they might be coming back, but just not enough. So here's my question for Triple M. Bros last season, the first experiment with a pro team by the Bro clan. It was a little bit shaky. It was a last minute, never got there. And then MTG picked up what became Red Crown. Look good. And both these all kind of out there. They do this thing with Fusion and they've done so well. Is this a good first outing? A top 8. That ain't bad for a new roster, under a new org, under a new thing. Is that for them job done?
I think it isn't quite job done because maybe they have sky-high ambitions, but for now at least it definitely is. They are in a magnificent vein of form, and just to be in this conversation is an achievement. So I think nobody really expected them to top their group in Group D, let alone be in a top 8 here. So they've done fantastically well, and I must say big shout out to 5BS Boy and Defunct, because they have really put on a good show for everyone behind the scenes, and obviously everyone who's watching and just had the privilege of seeing them, build this narrative.
Pyro, it's clearly for me from what I saw, it's not skill issue. It's not like they're being out-mechanicked, outpaced at every turn. It is close. So I don't know if for you there was a particular thing you saw on what Fusion work on to have been that much better.
I mean, they'll definitely be hitting the VOD review. Listen, like Triple M said, I mean, this is a massive accomplishment for them, and Altruism alluded to it as well, which was that the composure in these situations has to be had. We didn't really see a solid Team Fusion, I want to say, towards the end of game 2 or maybe the beginning of game number 3. So in these big situations, when you made it to the top 8, you've got to show up. There's got to be the at least fundamentals of rotation to outlast a long possession or try to get some consistent saves in. I think it's about consistency. It's about composure. It's about working to your fundamentals. And then Greybeard, and then they'll shine. We saw the incredible shot placements of both Defunct and Boy. We saw Boy and 5BS linking up really well in the infield. They have the tools. They just got to start on the right foot.
All right, well, we've spent a lot of time talking about the team that lost this. Now let's talk about the team that did the work, that won this game, that are moving forward to the semi-finals, certainly not for the first time. A team with a lot of experience. I mean, by now, well, certainly with Werty and Willu, they've been around. And the one thing that I realized in this matchup, you had Willu on the one side, Boy on the other. These are the original Reunion Island boys from PWB last season, who brought Reunion Island into the spotlight. So it was great to see them on their respective teams. But ATK, man, bringing their experience to bear. And there was a lot of doubt about Galaxy. And yes, he's had his moments, but man, he with ATK doing the business.
Yeah, I think.
Sorry, that question was for Alt. I beg your pardon. All of that was directed to Alt.
I just guessed at that stage. You didn't really say, so I was like, I'm going to take this one. This is fantastic because it is. ATK really good so far. We've gotten to see them improving. It's so nice to see a team when they pull up that reserve. Reserves are not just there. Substitutes are not just there for just in case there's load shedding. They have to be up to the quality of that team, right? They have to be able to step in there and really pull up the same sort of performance. And Galaxy has. He's been able to pull it in there. ATK now managing to really perfect themselves. I'm interested to see what Werty's got to say. He was very impressed with their previous lineup. And so he's probably going to be feeling quite happy. I mean, they've just managed to overtake Nixon now in the points. And so that's kind of job done for the day. Tomorrow and another task.
Yeah, well, it is. I mean, an important win for them, just given how WRG has done. And, they've leapfrogged, but ATK not letting WRG out of their sight. We got you guys. We're not going to let you get too far ahead. So let's hear it from the Wurty's mouth, Triple M. Let's see what we can get out of Wurty.
Yeah, privileged to be speaking to Wurty of ATK. I suppose the best place to start is talking about you guys obviously having 3 top 8 finishes recently. One of those was actually a grand final. So with your performance that you've just put in now, are you guys feeling good about potentially replicating that this weekend?
I mean, firstly, pleasure for having me. I think that we have finally had more stability in the team. We've had some time to practice together. And, not just the week before regional start. There's still a lot of work to be done, but there's good mindset, there's good motivation from the boys, and honestly, they make my life very easy. So, yeah.
Yeah, very encouraging points there. And actually, that leads me to my next question. Obviously, you guys lost Gizu, and there was lots of conversation in the scene about how you guys would adapt with that. I think Galaxy's done a pretty good job coming in. What do you guys make of your play style at the moment, and are you happy with the integration of your former sub now being a starter?
We always had him around enough to make sure he learned the way we wanted to play, sort of understood the style, the comms. We wanted him to be a part of that process. So it's good that I think he took the opportunity that we could give him at the time, and he's really made the most of it. It has been a lot of work, of course, because it's his first time playing RLCS ever. Like, he's a rookie, so that's insane for him to do. But there is work to be done. But I think with the way that things are going, we're on the right track for now.
Oh, good points, well made. And so I suppose to almost wrap it up, I would ask, like, as a person who's obviously a senior figure in the scene, you're obviously kind of a mentor of sorts to Galaxy now. How is that leadership role for you? Are you comfortable taking that on? Who is responsible for that? And, like, what is the vibe with that?
I mean, we do have Rlcs for all the game stuff, but everything out of the game, I'm glad that I've been here long enough to actually help him out, make sure his head is in the right place. He's not messing with the wrong things. He's just taking his time getting into it. It's actually very enjoyable, not gonna lie. I should start doing this for all the juniors in RLCS, but yeah.
Oh, well, that's a fantastic answer. I'm very happy to see somebody who's encouraged to be in a leadership position and embraces it. So thank you very much, Wurty. Brilliant game. Good luck for the rest of the weekend. And, well, I think we are going to go to a very short break.
We are indeed going to go to that break. And, wow, what a well done, Wurty. Not for the first time on camera with the little interview there. So there we are. We've got 3 out of 4 quarterfinals done. Just one left. And then Saturday is done. And we will look forward to yet another Championship Sunday. So it's coming down to the wire, as it always does. The pointy end. There can only be one. But we will wrap it up for the day with our final series, Limitless against Red Crown, coming up after this break. And it is time for the final quarterfinal of the day, day 2 of the SSA RLCS Winter Open. And well, I guess first of all, let's have a look at the bracket to see where we are, how we got to where we are, and what is to come with our final quarterfinal. So already in the semis, Orlando Pirates, White Rabbit Gaming, that clash happening tomorrow at 5 p.m. Our first series tomorrow. That'll be followed by ATK and the winner of our last series. So 3 ATK, Orlando Pirates, White Rabbit Gaming already secured in the top 4. Who will join them? I think we're relatively clear on the answer. So Red Crown and Limitless. So if we bring up the team comparison and see them, and as we look at this, we might as well get the vote started. So in the chat, I believe it's hashtag, is it LMT?
Mm-hmm.
I think it's LMT.
So.
And then hashtag LMT and hashtag RC. N. I believe it is. Okay. Get the vote going in the chat.
Maybe?
Oh, wow. Okay.
You launched into that, my
Host
friend.
is all on top of it. There we go. Hashtag CRWN, hashtag LMT. Who do you think takes it down? Now let's have a look at the comparison. And guys, Alt, we'll start with you. I mean, Limitless is Limitless. Last season's Orlando Pirates, snowy to die for. I mean, these guys, Darth, I mean, they're just, look at those stats, the shots, 10.8. I mean, what do we say about Limitless?
I mean, the scary thing is these two, in at least a couple of the categories, look to be very close matches. I mean, 3.1 goals versus 3 goals. 2.3 assists, actually the deficit there for Limitless in assists. 3.7 saves apiece. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Even 2 full shots a game more than for Limitless at only the same shooting average, you know, it doesn't matter. It's the one at the bottom. It's the win rate. That could effectively be 100%. It is, in fact, 100% for this weekend. They have not dropped a game. They barely let goals in at any stage, and they will bring a hammer down on any team. Red Crown, they have got to make these numbers mean something and take advantage of every one of their opportunities today that they can manufacture.
All right, well, Triple N, I mean, Red Crown, who were Orient Aces last split, just to remind everyone of the confusion that is SSA's team and org naming convention and who owns who. But they've been a there or thereabouts team. But at Triple M, I think we can still consider them a young team, growing team, a team with potential.
Definitely, potential is the key word, and there's no better team to come up against. The measuring stick of greatness in SSA Limitless will be a good test for this young roster, and if they want to do well against a team like Limitless, it really doesn't come down to mechanics. So just throw mechanics out the window, throw talent out the window, and focus on the things that have nothing to do with talent or complex skills. So you're looking at your demos, you're looking at your rotations, you're looking at all the things that they do have in their control. They need to be damn near perfect in terms of those elements of the game. Obviously, mentality as well. That has nothing to do with talent or skill, but that's more psychological. They need to make sure they stay on top of that, and the rest is in God's hands, as Ronaldo once said during a penalty shootout. So, yeah.
All right. Well, look, I mean, Pyro. Limitless were devastating in the group stage. I mean, the goal difference for me is one of them. 36 goals scored. 8 conceded, so a goal difference of 28. Ooh. I mean, they're just on a rampage, and I know, talking to these guys, for them it's not about this regional, it's not about this split. Everything is about getting through the wild card into World's main event.
Oh, yeah. That's what the players, that's what the coaches have been talking about since, I mean, even these players have talked about it since last season. It's all about that international exposure. I mean, listen, any match with Limitless is going to be really exciting to watch for me. They have gone up against Orient Aces before. They outscored them 21-7. It's going to be tough for Red Crown to limit Limitless to under 4 goals per game. It's going to be difficult.
All right, fine. And we see a pretty brutal chat vote there, 98%. And maybe there's a bit of freedom in being the underdog and a massive underdog. Just go out there and do the best you can. Try and take a game off Limitless. They haven't lost one this regional. Let's see if we can do that. So, well, you know what? We're going to take a quick tour through prediction. So, Pyro, your prediction.
Limitless, please.
Triple M.
Limitless.
Alt.
Limitless.
Okay, you know what? You know how amazing it would be? It would be the story of RLCs. No. I'm going with Limitless. But I would love Red Crown to cause this upset. It would be the game of our entire careers in RLCS. But let's go call the action. Let's go. Ultras and Pyro once more. Limitless, Red Crown.
Okay, Altruism. Our last match of the day. We had predicted the previous match to be one of the closest that it could possibly be. This one has a different theme to it.
Slightly, right? I think the fact that their panel was so obviously there, limitless. That's it. That's it right now. The fact that they are doing so well. And it really isn't a measure of Red Crown. It's not at any stage going to be an insult to Red Crown. I would like to put that out right now, because what happens later on in the day, it happens. And Greybeard's 100% right. If this actually did turn around the other way, this would be the most incredible game that I've ever got to cast, I would say. And I'm super excited to see if it could have actually managed to do that. Right now, it's a case of, I think even a single game that Red Crown could take off Limitless would be a great start for them and a great measure of what they could do in the future. Assuming, of course, Limitless playing up to their full potential that we know them to be.
Yeah, and you know what? You make a good point out of that altruism, because you say, you know, assuming we see the best potential out of Limitless, this is a team, Limitless, who has only suffered one single match loss in the entire season. Okay, that would save there. And it was against Nixa, who was previously reformed. And it was when this team was not in tip-top shape. They were flubbing on a few different instances, this being one of them. Declan finding the opposite post.
Nice. I like that. Good idea on how to do that. I think there was a little bit of a disrupting demo in the corner there that certainly changed it up. And a little bit of aggression, not committing too much into the corner. Make opportunities available for yourself. Take the shots that you can. You're going to have a lot of work to do in the background. You're certainly going to be put under pressure yourself. Being able to do something like that is a really nice start here and good play from Red Crown.
The 2% of people that voted Red Crown are rejoicing right now, and they're happy to see what has become a lead in favor of Red Crown. Of course, watching Limitless, we talk about the one time they didn't look on form. It's because they are so consistent. 3 players that kind of have teamed together to make the supposed dream team of SSA are starting to make Red Crown feel very uncomfortable. That save a good one on the goal line, but just not enough.
No way, that pass across there, actually that shot, center of the goals there, Declan having to come through at an incredibly quick pace to try and even get to that. Manages to get a touch, fantastic. But there's always more in the tank when it comes to Limitless, and we see Tadafor now just shadowing across there. And the pass, just, you've got to always do the absolute perfect thing there, and Tristan not managing to read that in the corner means Tadafor waiting, ready, and out there to score.
Yeah, you know, I talked about the consistency of this team of Limitless. Obviously, for Red Crown, that's something they're going to need as well, because any vulnerability, any small mistake that's going to be exposed, you know Limitless will be there to strike, and they're there to do it again.
You know, that's the big thing about, Tadafor, just with that instant awareness. No, this isn't my ball. Where so many people would stick around there, just goes, this I don't have a perfect shot, someone else does. Gonna make it happen. And I love to see that coming out here for this Limitless side, because at the end of the day, you kind of want to make Limitless score against you. You force them into making incredible plays. You don't want to be giving them the free opportunities, because they're going to take those and still more.
That's right. And Declan doing whatever he can to get that ball up into the blue end of the field. Takes a couple of resets, but gets it there. Daps looking to read this off of the backboard. A little more boost and maybe would have had the angle. Tristan stealing boost, though. And maybe searching for a demo. I mean, that is how they constructed their first goal. So they're looking to maybe architect it once again to die for. Bumped out of the play. Snowy in position to pass to Darth, though. Looking dangerous. Daps before getting eliminated. Can find the save. And Declan to follow.
Tristan there actually respecting his opponent so much. Pre-jumps that completely and nearly actually has that payback in the negative, unfortunately. Thankfully for him, his teammates there, ready to pick it up, ready to take that save, and Daps keeping it to just a 2-goal lead. Nice little shots to challenge the backboard here of Limitless. Pass across there. There's no one pushing up, really. Daps now dumping a lot of his boost. He gets a 50 towards the corner, but certainly not enough to create any sort of offensive attacking opportunities just yet. Instead, it's going to turn around once more for Limitless. And Snowy's there.
As he always is, most certainly. It's very quick on this counterattack. I mean, it's always lovely to see the connections as well between Snowy and Darth, because they've been teammates for like at least a year and a half now. And they are absolutely one of the most deadly duos that exists right now in RLCS SSA. They make the connections look just seamless. It's that simple. It's as if it's already pre-made to happen. So Darth and Snowy, there's got to be some way to break up that combo if you're Red Crown.
you know, those two have received a pass from each other, received a shot combo attempt that they've done 100 times, 1,000 times perhaps. And so they realize exactly what lengths the other person can get at, what capabilities the person has, whether they've read it before they've even jumped. I love the synergy that comes out between the two of them. Now, 4 goals up, or at least 3 goals up, 4-1 the score line between these two teams. It's up to this Red Crown side to see if they can do something. They're getting it close to the goals, they're getting it around the goals, but so far not really challenging the back of the net all too often.
What I've been impressed by Red Crown is they're not playing sheepishly at all. They are trying to like pre-jump these passes across the field. They're trying to get up in the aerial and avoid the bumps or demolitions that normally Limitless find a bit more easily. They're not trying to keep up with the pace. They're trying to ramp it up as well. That's what you got to do. The second you fall behind against Limitless, there's hardly any catching up. So Red Crown coming out in a storm and moving just as quickly has looked really good, but that's a passing play that is almost impossible to reach if you're sitting there like a duck on the goal line to die for to Snowy.
Beautiful. I must admit, that's great. I'm impressed, like you say, with Red Crown, that they're not giving space to Limitless. You give space to these guys, they've got the mechanical skills to run circles or fly circles or flips, whatever shapes they want, they will do around you. So challenging them early, making sure that they have to give it off as a pass, as a good shot, being able to deny things out, pre-jumping for them. It's a great attempt from Red Crown, but so far not every one of those jumps coming off to fruition, just a couple times too many where there's one more person following up.
Yeah, and Snowy does the follow-up very well. You not only have to rebound the ball off the backboard, but off of saving defenders as well. And if you can read where they're going to put that ball almost immediately, you're going to have great success on finding the shot very quickly to die for. So close to enacting the Brazil here. And they are really knocking at the door still as Snowy is strong 50-50 against Tristan. Tristan can't keep up to that ball. Grabs a container, a boost there. Declan keeps it away. Tries to deny the follow of Snowy. Taps, slowing down the pace just a bit to hold on to control. Darth, another pop. They've still got a chance here to get that 7th goal. You know they're going to go for it to die for. The Snowy, he's pre-jumped it. Darth so close to the 3rd touch, but can't find it. Limitless put on a clinic for game 1.
Snowy hanging in the air for at least 5 seconds, being like, bro, I am here. Just hit me. Just find something towards me. I'm in position. Just throw it at me. And again, 6 goals up for Limitless, just short of that. The Brazil, but I mean a total of 17 shots for Limitless. Really, you can see why they're sitting on an average of 10.8 shots per game. They just do this. Any team that's not completely shutting them down, they're going to step it up. And Red Crown starting to adapt a little bit to the pacing of this Limitless side. But it means that you've got to choose. Do you try and make every save perfectly, touch every perfectly, never give away, never make a mistake? Or do you try and play at the speed of the fastest team in the region? It's not, you choose one or the other, really, my friend.
Yeah, it is very difficult to do both. You mentioned the saves, though, and that's really a sticking point right now for me for Red Crown Esports because a lot of the goals found from Limitless were those follow-ups. So if you can get the saves to clear in more of a safer distance or translating that into a counterattack, it's going to suit this team way better than just allowing Limitless to crash the boards in the middle of the field again and again. Listen, I looked at these two teams when they played last split. They played once, and Limitless outscored them 21-7. That's still 7 goals within 4 games from Red Crown Esports, who were Orion Aces at the time. They know how to get goals on the board. They know how to score. What they have to do is limit the goals from Limitless. So maybe that approach to defense can help them do just that.
Yeah, 100%, right? Is dispossess them of their pressure. And I mean, being able to challenge so quickly is certainly a big part of it. But then the second part, like you say, is when you're making a defensive play, you got to do more than just hit it back to them. You can't just all kill it in the center. Even these plays, I love this coming up from Tristan, since it's so high on the backboard and has the intention to go with it. Declan now being aggressive, taking their boost, trying to find it towards the center. Doesn't get the second touch though. And that's the big thing. It's not about what one touch you can get against the side of Limitless. You got to have more in the tank.
You gotta see these passing plays coming as well. Darth puts that ball into the center of the field that no one's able to pick up to die for, up to Snowy. This is looking dastardly, and indeed it is. A meteor strike from Snowy off the passing play.
Huge. To die for again with just that little pop up there, and Snowy collects it with one touch, puts it in the right direction, goes, I'll catch you over there. I'll find the way to get to you. Reaches it, puts it in, and no one able to get to it. It only took 40 seconds, but Limitless back into the attack. Still, Red Crown with a couple of opportunities of their own, hopefully yet to come.
Yeah, fortunately, they'll have a lot of time to try and string that together. Tristan able to stop that ball in its tracks as well on the wall side. I mean, listen, Limitless, they are just farming passes up Broadway Street right now. The midfield presence has been lacking from Red Crown. Like we said, if we want them to show up defensively, they're going to have to dominate that area or at least make it even Steven for now. Limitless are kind of reigning superior, reigning free in that area. Daps trying to cut off those passes, trying to cut off those plays. Up the middle of the field, Declan avoiding a bump and trying to steal some boost as well. This could be a chance to surge for Red Crown.
Stage Red Crown, not afraid to really send a person into that, kind of commit into the attack before they've been able to break anything through there. They could get them into trouble. Doing some defensive work there. Gonna take a lot. Daps gonna have to challenge this. Snowy just playing around in the center. Gets it up high. That's a dive for there. Just a change of pace from Snowy. Waiting to see what his opportunity looked like. And then knowing his teammate was there makes the perfect play. And in fact, Daps, even though despite his best attempts, still gets bullied by Tadafo.
Yeah, unfortunately, the best attempts can only be so much when you're out of boost. You saw the container boost spawn after he left, turning, trying to get it. It was just untimely. The boost reserves, the efficiency and how it's utilized needs to be so careful from Red Crown because you can see on defense how much they need it. I don't know if any amount of boost is going to put away this bullet of a shot, though, from Snowy. He rips it.
Not actually the perfect placement there, still slightly within reach of a desperately pre-jumping Declan, but the power, just the power, it's there, it's all it takes. Fusion obviously showing off how good their shots were in the previous match, but I think that Limitless can put in some equally powerful things. And when it goes in the back of the net, it doesn't really matter where it goes, right?
Yeah, that's right. A goal's a goal after all. 3-0 at the moment for Limitless. But Red Crown starting to breathe down the neck of this titan of an opponent. Good demolition as well, but Daps tossing that ball right back to their opposition. Got to be able to coordinate some strategy on offense, not just give these balls away. The lack of intentionality really showing here, but Snowy, a shot to die for. Not pressing forward too hard on that follow-up, allowing the miniature clear once again to set up this shot from Snowy. Pulled away from Tristan. Back up towards the ceiling where To Die For just loves to be. He's got the reset. He's got the double. It's too simple for him.
Okay. All right. So eventually when he gets the space, he gets the one flip reset, gets the touch and the read there. Tristan, you can see jumping in there. I don't know if that he was going to get the flip reset. I don't know if he thought that he was going to be able to get back to the ball straight away. But Tadafo putting on a clinic of the mechanical prowess. Those are the sort of goals you need to be able to force out of Limitless. And it is a pleasure to get to watch them.
Yeah, and listen, if you're new to SSA here and you're watching To Die For, this is the player, as we watch fifth goal go in by exactly To Die For. This is the player that was picked up by Snowy and Darth. He was voted as the MVP of the region. He was the statistical leader of the region last season, and it's kind of produced this dream team of no matter who has the ball, it's a dangerous situation. It's very worrisome. So, you know, Red Crown kind of be putting through a spin cycle, and it's just an exhibit of what Limitless can do.
Yeah, 100%. At any stage, one of these players can start to make something happen. Awesome plays coming out. Shut down well by Red Crown. Red Crown now has an opportunity to put on some pressure. Daps just going in there. In fact, gets knocked back into the third man role. Gives Tristan some space to go in here. That's not a great read there off To Die For onto that wall. That corner of the goals. Just gets spun around, giving Red Crown a little bit more time here in the blue half. Daps is up. The pass is there towards the center, but with Declan kind of pushing, as he often does, into the back of the net. Tristan actually having to come from within his own net, being chased out there to make the save.
Yeah, that was an incredible play from Tristan, avoiding the bump and finding the save. I think the shot taker tried taking it low, but just couldn't win out the 50-50 still. So, you know, we really are getting to see quite a bit of defense from this Red Crown team to see what they can do. Old Daps, I thought maybe could catch up with that ball, but now they're lost on defense. They gave it all up to try and get that first goal.
Declan has had a lot of aggression behind him. There he was in the third man, and he decided to try and make it happen. You know, obviously, when you're 5-0 down, the strategy changes slightly, somewhat. But a couple of times I've seen him go in it, go then, once he's made a play in the midfield, kind of push forward, get that boost, and carry on the rotation out, almost committing to the play that could turn around. And there we see him again once more. For his team, really has an advantage, diving with everything in it. And while you may not be punished against most of the teams in the league, someone like Limitless will be able to turn that on you and take you down.
No doubt about it. Declan, last touch here in the final seconds of game number 2. Taking eye in the sky as Snowy surges up to the moment. Tristan, couple taps there. Out to Daps. There it is. He'll certainly take that. Red Crown scores.
Really nice. Tristan getting one touch, getting a little pinch on the backboard there. Snowy desperately trying to come around, but a good angle and some good pace. A good textbook shot that Daps is able to make at the end of that. They've got that half a second, and they make it happen. And the fact that Red Crown has now been able to pick up a goal in each of their games is great for them, because it means that they are at least looking for those. Snowy going to secure the Brazil in the last second, though.
Yeah, this was the 7th goal that they were looking for at the 0-second mark of last game. So they couldn't get it in game 1. They got it in game 2. We go from 6-1 to 7-1 and 2-0 now in the series as Limitless continues to do Limitless things. They look spectacular so far today. And, you know, I think they're trying to usher in a new era. Altruism. We remember that Limitless, though they won every single regional of the last split, they were taken down one game in Swiss. So I don't think they want nearly any chance for any team to be able to do that again. Every match, especially when it's on broadcast, is a chance to establish and scream out their dominance.
Yeah, they're going, we don't take it easy on anyone. We are not letting anyone take that little successful record of us. We're here. We're going to play, and we're going to play hard until the last seconds. We're going to use this as a good opportunity to, against the other best teams in the country, really their sparring opponents right now, flex their best muscles. How much can they push themselves? Darth, we saw they're getting a lovely flip reset goal, and that's the kind of thing that they want to do. You're the best person I can get to challenge me right now. I'm going to do my best mechanics, my hardest mechanics, and see just how far I can push them.
Absolutely. Listen, Limitless, I think they actually changed their offense a little bit in game 2 as well. They're continuing to test Red Crown in different ways. It was more so the passing plays in field and kind of up the middle of the field as well in game number 1. This time, it was just beautiful mechanics in the air. To dive for the flip reset double tap. You mentioned Darth pulling off some moves. Snowy, I think, started out the entire game with a double tap as well. So Red Crown, they've got to learn to be able to make a contest in the skies and maybe get a quick goal as well. Okay, we're starting off with Red Crown.
Okay, that's a nice little 50 goal there. Snowy coming across quickly. So that's good play from Red Crown to be able to get onto that quickly and make it count. A very small opportunity there that they don't get a lot. And just showing Limitless maybe once or twice through our kickoff goals, there's still some opportunity to take you down a little peg. Going to be interesting. Otherwise, Limitless being savage all the way. You kind of talked about it, not letting any team go without the biggest score line that they can possibly muster.
That's right. I did like the play from Declan there off of the backboard, trying to get a long clear in the air. I think their backboard presence really needs to improve in game number 3 because they let too many high shots go without the first person being contested, being challenged. So it does look like they're trying to increase their caliber in that type of gameplay. Though Snowy, he'll take any chance to shoot it high. That's right above the corner. He's able to read the second touch, and Declan, close, not enough.
From Snowy, though, he puts it so close to the goals in the first place that could have very easily been a shot straight into the top right-hand corner. Instead, there's no clear instantly off that. You got one opportunity if it hits that corner to clear it out. It's not done. He gets the second touch. And so this is where this clinical play of Limitless has been, is that it's not just the big goals that they're doing. They're not just trying to flex their mechanics. They're going any opportunity. We need to make sure that we're taking those, that we are so practiced in executing them perfectly. We get this many goals. Some of them from being made ourselves and other ones just from doing the exact right thing when we need to every time.
I think that's a really good point to make, especially because lack of consistency has been one of our biggest sticking points for some of these teams that are trying to vie for a top 4 spot in SSA. We talked about it a bit from ATK. Some shots that really just should have went in. They were skied just a little too high.
Yeah.
Limitless are trying to show what the bar is for SSA to reach, and it's not letting any of those opportunities loose. Like that one goes for Declan. Great bump, though, to try and open up the spot for Red Crown.
I like that. I like that as an attempt right there. There was a defender up for that, spinning quite comfortably, looked like they were going to get it, but then knocked in mid-air. It's as effective as a demo to be able to try and create an opportunity, and so close to proving pivotal there. Half the game to go, and just a single goal on the board for each of these teams right now. Tadafo doing his best, and Snowy going to try once more. Oh, a desperate attempt from the player rolling around the outside. I think that was Tristan. In fact, he could see this coming. He saw Snowy jump, and he tried to get a handle onto this. Instead, Limitless take their 1-goal lead.
Yeah, and I think he saw the double commit as well, so he tried to slot in and think, okay, I don't know if a teammate's going to be back in time. All of that is avoided if you're a little more communicative, if you're a little more cohesive as a team. Limitless have been farming those follow-up situations of just making 1 or 2 defenders baited out on the first shot and then having somebody to just be there for the rebound. So Red Crown have to be ready for more than just the first chance if they want to kick away all these goals that Limitless are firing away with. Still 1-point game and 2 goals remaining. 2 minutes remaining. When we've seen these 6 to 7 point score lines from Limitless, this isn't such a bad situation right now for Red Crown.
Oh, really cool attempts. You know, it almost seems like this Limitless side is focusing on different things in each one of the games. And stuff like this pull it towards the center and then have someone come crashing through here. Snowy, you could see the communication. He's probably sitting there with the team going, I don't actually have another one, but they think that I do. Come in hard, come in fast, and put it hammering between the 2 defenders waiting there. Limitless to take their 2-goal lead.
It was a really smart play, and Limitless always prepared to bring in the reinforcements for a shot like that. I like this aerial play from Dabs, but Limitless, they're just smarter. I mean, my biggest thing is challenging these players more quickly in the air, right? But Darth says, I've still got another thing left up my sleeve. He kicks it off the ceiling to dump it off to another player.
Oh, that's amazing. Declan actually this guy's going up for the ball. I think he's going for a backboard read. Instead, the pass downwards is there, meaning that the 2 players up unable to get to it. And there, Tristan actually trying to return the favor with a very similar shot. This time, hands it off to Declan. Declan jumping early, though, means he doesn't get a good shot on it. And it turns aside. It turns backwards. Tristan has work to do. Snowy pops it out towards the center. Daps up very quickly. Makes a nice long clear. But who's waiting under it? But to die for.
Yeah, to die for. Almost everywhere he needs to be at all times. As one of the most reliable players in this region. Most certainly. And we already have 4 goals right now from Limitless. One of my keys to victory that I'd written down from Red Crown was limit them to under that. So this definitely seems to be the point at which Red Crown are going to struggle to get up to, but that's not going to stop Declan from trying. Well postured for that 50-50 against Snowy, but Snowy still wins it out.
Yeah, he had to, though. Snowy was the last defense, and I think that was a great opportunity for Red Crown. You know, if that had managed to be a slightly better 50, I think they would have had some resources there, but Snowy makes the perfect save. He reads it afterwards, and no extra little wobble, as most people don't have in their tank after air dribbling at half the length of the field. It goes out there now. Tristan having to do defensive work. Deeming this game going to be a lower scoring affair. Still the 1 goal here for Red Crown. Limitless looking to take it in the last 10 seconds. And in fact, wanting to put a little bit more there. Darth to die for Snowy. All of them hang around. But it's going to be Snowy to pick it up there. Sneaking it out after Tadafor's beautiful pass.
That's a wonderful play here. Oh, to die for. And you know he wanted that double tap too, right?
Yeah.
Off that very difficult read of the lip between the backboard and the ceiling. But of course he's there, and of course he has the touch. And hey, some of the best passes in Rocket League are those missed shots or those chances off the backboard. So they connect in the most wondrous of ways for Limitless to win yet again. A game 3 victory, leaving them altruism with match point.
Match point there. Still 12 shots for Limitless in this game. Every game managing to exceed their average. So that's going to be pushing up our stats for next season. Red Crown getting 6 themselves is pretty good. And Red Crown going to be taking the time out now. They know that they're on the last step. They want to drag out their time in this competition for as long as possible. We will have to see this Red Crown trying to just figure out anything that they could do. 5-1 is a big task. And Pyra, I don't know. Do you believe that a timeout would really make the biggest difference right now?
Listen, every team wants a top 8 spot. Okay, they want to be here on main event day 2 to have all the tools available to play the best of the teams in the region. If that means they're afforded a timeout, call the timeout. Oh, do it. Okay, give yourself a chance to recollect, to strategize. Every single match is a learning opportunity, no matter what, especially in these instances of Limitless against a team of Red Crown. I think it's very important to take these breaks, to recenter as a team, and to see what you can pull together against a team like Limitless, who is setting the bar right now for SSA. So, altruism. Get the reaction. I do. We even see it from the players in the chat in the server right now. But hey, Red Crown, if they got it, why not?
Why not, right? Learn something. Just be like, okay, this is what we're doing well. We're getting a couple of shots in. We're taking the chances that we can. We haven't seen a lot of missed opportunities, a lot of missed shots, things clang off the crossbar, anything like that. Maybe they got something else that they want to learn or want to focus on, at least just to fix one thing against a really good team like this. Hell, even if they're just saying, let's focus not on that 1 goal, let's drag it all down, or just go crazy. Let's flex ourselves and see, even if we give up a couple more goals, let's see if we can just put in a couple more. Let's focus on our offensive prowess right now. I don't know. That's up to this Red Crown side. Very, very excited to see, or very interested to be a fly on the wall there. But they're jumping back into the match. It's up to Red Crown to do something. Are they going to go for the full reverse sweep against Limitless? We had a 98% prediction that Limitless was going to take it. I'd love to see what the stats are on how many people would predict for a complete reverse sweep.
Hey, who knows? Maybe the Red Crown supporters are die hard, and there's still a solid 2% there. But yeah, I think.
What about you, Pyra, though? What percentage are you giving for this? What odds would you give for a reverse sweep now on Limitless?
Let's just say I'm not putting money on it. That's where we'll put it right now. But listen, the reason this is so difficult right now for Red Crown is like, yeah, you want to call a timeout to make an adaptation. You know what, altruism? You know what? This is the third game that they've earned the first goal. I'm pretty sure. So they've got something about the start of it.
I'm enjoying Tristan's way of playing there. He goes for quite a low-floating, low-flying aircraft, 50 on that. Just travels at the same pace, goes and dispossesses over the top, and then lands perfectly. So makes that interception in the middle of his soar. We see Declan now trying to start something out there. Daps again going for a bit of 50-50. Tristan's going to have to do some work out the corner. He's managed to almost get a pass to dying for Declan waiting in the center. Declan gets a nice little jump there. And Daps with the shot, not able to get it past the die for. Real first big opportunity of a shot to try and clinch out a 2-goal lead.
Very, very close. You mentioned Tristan, and I do like the plays, but that's actually the second time that Declan had made a second touch to get past a key defender. Starting to learn the ways of how individually he can start to, create moments right now for Red Crown that give them that shot chance that they don't really see all too often. We're seeing that third man have to play back. for Limitless. Much more often than they're used to, at least in this series. It's a drop down pass out to Tristan. No one in the midfield to collect this ball, at least from the side of Red Crown, to die for. Across the width of the field, takes it. He's up high in the sky, so is Darth. That's double commit offensively. Snowy has to make a play on Daps here. He's trying to line up the double tap. It bounces out. It doesn't get closer than that.
I still think that those first 2 touches were brilliant. That was such a great way for Daps to set that up there. I don't care that he doesn't get a goal out of it and actually nearly costs his team a goal on the other side. I love his idea, and I love how close he got on that execution. That would have been beautiful, and that would have been a goal that deserves to beat Limitless, or at least to get past Limitless. You know, that's not an exploitation or a kickoff goal. That is a well-earned goal. Denied out by now. Still, eventually, Snowy with the softest counter back, and it just to level up here for Limitless.
Ooh, Darth. Oh, yeah, Darth does him dirty right there with that fake leaving. The opening, these are the moments where Limitless can really act composed. Even trailing a couple minutes is not going to shake this team. They're still going to pull off plays like that. What's even more difficult for Red Crown is I think we've even seen adaptations from Limitless throughout this series, because it started out as, oh dear, here we go, Snowy again. I'll finish my point. It started out as denying the passing plays between Limitless. So after they couldn't take over the midfield, they took it to the skies for those aerial plays. And then it was about challenging them quickly in the air. And so in game 3, we saw more creativity, like from Darth on that touch up the ceiling, or increase frequency of the flip resets and the double taps. Limitless basically always have an answer. That's the point, altruism. And that's why they're so hard to beat.
Yeah, they've got depth. They've got such an arsenal there that they're going, okay, we're going to try the one that works most of the time. And when that stops working, because it works for a while, they get the goal, maybe a game or 2 that they start getting. When that stops working, they're going, okay, and then we're going to do this now. And then this, and this. It's like playing a game of cards against them where they've just got a stacked deck against you. One more play that they've got. And I mean, that's the beauty of having this depth of mechanical advantage.
Most certainly is. Showing its way in a 3rd goal now for Limitless. They're 1 game away from getting that semifinals position tomorrow on Championship Sunday, where they could be playing against ATK, team who just got that spot over Fusion Esports. And Willu and Wordy, I think, want their chance at Limitless anytime they can get, now with that 3rd of Galaxy. But Limitless, they've got to secure it here and now before we can even think about talking about that. Snowy tries to take that around the corner, but Tristan, he's got other ideas up the side wall. Some nice chain dashes.
Yeah. We've talked about Limitless having some mechanical skills, but you got to remember, these guys are here in the top 8 for a reason, and a really nice, cute little mechanic to get some pace along the wall. Doesn't manage to turn it into anything like that, but I love to see any team really flexing, hey, belong here. We've got skills, we've got aerials. Declan finding this one, and Red Crown, you guys deserve your moment of glory for a second.
And they're going to take it at every chance they can get. That is now a 1-point game. So if Limitless want to accelerate the pace of all of this, they're going to need to kind of put up or shut up here. They're going to have to close down shop. Daps has different ideas, though, with the divot into the defense there. A great clear, followed up by a couple touches, but Darth a little better on the sidewall. Pinch takes it around the corner. Tristan looking for someone to bump, someone to demo. He finds it off of Darth, but Declan taking his time trying to get this ball across the half-court line.
That good play there from Red Crown up to that point there. Tristan even following up. This could actually come back. It's a little bit close to the wall for Declan to have a great angle. Still trying for that goal, and they're going to turn it once more. Always around, always a nuisance against this Limitless side who's trying to clear things out. But eventually it pops out far enough to die for now, trying to counter this attack. Just the single goal in it as we head into the last half a minute. So Red Crown, man, they would desperately want to take this to an overtime. I think that would still be a good measure of them doing well in this competition.
It most certainly would be. They've still got a chance. 1 goal separates these 2 teams. Tristan takes it around the corner, looking for someone to pass to. That could be an opening if he can catch up with this ball. Go, Tristan, go! There it is! We got a tie game with single digits on the clock.
Oh, Tristan using every one of his skills. I think he even gets checked a little bit by Tadime. It may have given him just that last little bit of pace to catch up to the desperate goal. Gets it across there. We have seen Limitless score in less time than this at the end. Really put paid. But Declan, could he actually start setting this up? There's someone in the center. Tap's going to take a shot. Saved by Snowy. And RC nearly managing to pull off the first loss of Limitless in this tournament. Instead, going to have settled for overtime, but it's better than they looked 40 seconds ago.
Oh no, not Snowy in the air, not like this. Tristan can't keep up. And Snowy, well, he puts an end to all of the hope that was rising for Red Crown in mere seconds.
10 seconds and roughly the same number of touches is Snowy dismantling the backboard there, somehow reading that off the roof and putting it down on there, managing to read it off every surface of his car that he possibly can, and even getting the little dunk at the end there. Well played to Red Crown to try bring it to this, and amazingly to even bring it after the 6-1, 7-1, 5-1 start that Limitless put up. Even take it to an overtime at the end of the day. Still not enough, and Limitless keep their unbeaten record.
Yeah, unbeaten indeed, Graybeard. So Limitless 4-0 and out, and we're all 4 wins on our predictions on the desk. How about that?
All right, so Triple M, I'm going to come to you with this question. So we have teams that are top 4 teams. You're always seeing them in the top 4. Then you got your consistent top 8 teams. I think it's safe to say Orient Aces as they were, Red Crown as they are now, they are would you say a solid top 8 team? Keeping in mind, I think they're the only team to take Limitless to an overtime and scored 5 goals. So not a bad performance. Are they a top 8 team?
Absolutely, I think they are. I mean, seeing them on LAN a year ago and seeing the progress they've made up until now, I think this is their 4th top 8 now appearance, if I'm not mistaken, in recent times. So they are definitely a nailed-on top 8 team, and it will be interesting to see if they can push into that top 7, top 6 conversation.
Triple M, I love your concept of time where you say you saw them on LAN a year ago. It was 4 months ago, less than half a year, but okay.
My bad.
Okay, so that's the Red Crown question. Limitless, without a doubt. I mean, they've got a goal difference now of 42. They've scored 56 goals, conceded 14. They've not lost a game, been put to overtime once. I mean, it's crazy stuff what's going on here. My question is more broad, and Alt, I'm going to come to you with this question because you have a long history with, with Snowy and the various teams that he's had.
Yeah.
There are several approaches by the pro teams of how they interact with the community. We've spoken about Fusion. They're very much the feel-good team, build a community, make content, just, they warm the heart. Then you've got the White Rabbit gaming clan of people who are more sort of sarky, trolly, loud-mouthy, meme type players and teams. And then you have the Limitless approach. And the question is going to be,
don't do this.
Is there big Limitless on none of those? To Die For is probably the closest. He's the one that interacts the most with the community. He's got a bit of a mouth. He's having a little bit of fun. Darth doesn't. Snowy doesn't. They don't make content, even though they're part of an org that's very big on making content and all the PR around it. Limitless are not about let's make everybody feel good. This is a team that does nothing but work on Rocket League. They make friends along the way. They make a lot of people unhappy along the way. Is there room for that? I don't even know what my question is, but respond to what I've just said, Alt.
100%. And I think you guys, if you haven't seen Snowy in an interview yet, you will get to see him now, and you'll understand straight away. It's matter of fact. We are here to do a job. We are not here to impress you, to change you, to convince you that we're good by anything other than what we do on the field. And they make that happen. They really put to bed any sort of question against them. And they're like, I don't have to prove anything to you in an interview. Matter of fact is the way forward. They're just going, like me, hate me, we are good players, we are focused, we know what we want to do. We're not going to change for you guys. We are doing it, and we're doing it well. And I can respect that, man. I can absolutely respect that from Snowy.
Well, it's certainly churning out results, and when we see that, there's no other team that's putting in. I don't even know what they're doing, and maybe Pyro, you're going to dig into that with the interview. But whatever it is they're doing, I mean, the results speak for themselves. I mean, they are a step and away above everybody else. But we have Snowy ready for an interview, which means he's heard half of what we've just said. So, Pyro, take it away. Good luck.
All right, Snowy. Well, they're painting you as a matter-of-fact man, so let's hear it. Pleasure to have you here. Congratulations on the win, and congratulations especially on a very, very successful split, last in the fall split that the RLCS calls it. What's been the outlook kind of during the off-season? It's been a while since we've got to talk to you.
Thanks. I'm not really sure what the outlook's been, to be honest. Kind of just carrying on as usual. I think, something that happened last season where, we had a dominant first split there, and then we came back and lost the first regional. So, I mean, that's been in the back of my mind, trying to learn from experiences in the past. So making sure that, we've all been grinding, been playing together as a team, staying on top of things. That's pretty much been it.
Definitely, yeah. Very much respect as well on all the work that's been put in to put yourselves in this position. And let's have a nod at the last match as well. Kind of looks like you cleaned up there. Was a little close there at the end in game number 4. Talk to us about what this kind of match means to you, because a lot of what it means and what it seems to mean for teams maybe like Red Crown is, this is the bar of SSA. This is to see how in an RLCS professional environment we stack up against the top of SSA. Is that how you see it, as kind of that perspective from those teams? And how do you take it against a match like this from Red Crown?
Yeah, it's a weird match. I mean, against a team like this, it's not really, I don't want to disrespect these guys, but it's almost like we just look past this match. It's like, we got our one match today against this team. We just got to show up, get it done, and the real focus is tomorrow. But that being said, the 3 players that we played today are actually, they're really good players all individually, and I'm a little bit surprised they're not actually better than they are. I mean, obviously you saw today, like, goals are just flying in all over the show. It's just a complete landslide. And, for their individual skill, it shouldn't be like that. It should be a lot closer games, and they should be a lot higher ranked as a team. They're just sort of lacking, just playing together, lacking sort of understanding of the threes meta. And that like solidity that a lot of the other teams have. So yeah, it's a bit of a weird one, but yeah, got the job done. The one game on the Saturday, wait the whole day for it.
Yeah, kind of a quick showing to finally get to Championship Sunday. I think this is very much in light of your response as well, Snowy, but you're very observant of the whole region and kind of how everyone's playing. I'm curious from your perspective so far, from what we've seen out of the start of this new split, has anything surprised you? Has any team kind of caught your eye? Any players, or maybe even looking forward to tomorrow, some team or stack of players that you want to play against?
Well, I haven't really seen any like new players or new teams that have sort of come out of nowhere and surprised me. But certainly the results have been very surprising so far. I think in the group stage, the former Red Crowd team, now called SRZ, they were out in groups, which is crazy. Because we thought they might even, at the start of the season, we thought maybe they might even be number 2 team. We thought they'd be in finals. And so for them to be out on day one is insane. And furthermore, on that, in that group, the 2 other teams in that group that sort of caused the upset, that's also surprising. But they're decent teams. The combination of the 3 players on both of those teams, outside of WLG is they're decent teams. And other than that, it's not really much else going on. Nixa losing earlier today is a bit of a shocker. We thought they would be. We thought they'd be in the grand final with us. So,
True. Yeah, Nixa have been very consistent as well, getting every top 4 performance as well. So, yeah, some of these results do come as a surprise. But Snowy, hey, no surprises in your match today. So congratulations on a very solid victory. We very much look forward to tomorrow as well, Championship Sunday, for you all at Limitless to continue your reign of supremacy. No, but thank you for your time, Snowy. Appreciate it.
Yep. Cheers, guys.
Cheers.
All right. Well, I will say this, having said what I said in the preamble leading up to that interview. I think that it's important to understand the pressure that Limitless are putting on themselves. While I think every other team is looking for a wild card slot, Limitless are saying it's almost guaranteed we're getting that. But the mission is to get through wild card and have a place in the World Championships of Rocket League. I don't think anybody appreciates the monumental task that is. And if they do it, that single thing will do more for Rocket League in this region than any other single or group thing that has ever been done. I think overnight we become somebody to look at. So I appreciate that single-minded view from that standpoint. So that's my closing comment on Limitless. Outstanding performance. Let's look ahead to tomorrow. I don't know if we can bring up the bracket one more time to see what's happened today and what's going to happen tomorrow. So there we have it. 4 quarterfinals done and dusted. Limitless sweeping their way through. Haven't yet lost a game. Team Fusion going down to ATK. Orlando Pirates over Apex, and Nixa going down to White Rabbit, which means first match tomorrow, Orlando Pirates up against White Rabbit Gaming. And man, isn't that important? White Rabbit would love to make a second grand final appearance, and that would put them above Orlando Pirates. Limitless facing ATK, who've made a grand final themselves, but never on the Limitless side of the run. So 2 epic matches to close out tomorrow, Triple M.
Absolutely, and look, for ATK, it's just unfortunate that they're on the wrong side of the brackets. Tomorrow perhaps is a really good chance to test their steel and test their metal, but in the words of Snowy, I mean, Limitless are just eyeing on that wildcard spot, and I think they've pretty much already got it. Like, that's just how good they are. On the other side, things are a lot more interesting because WRG beating Nixa, a team that, in Snowy's words, should be in the grand final. That tells you how much he respects them, and that should be an indication that what WRG have achieved here is really spectacular. To be in this position is good. Will they live up to the potential, or will Orlando Pirates continue to reign supreme? So many narratives. I love it.
All right, so I'm going to start with you, Pyro, for your closing thoughts for the day. Looking forward to tomorrow.
Oh, yeah, okay. My closing thoughts. I thought you had more there, Greybeard, but you're leaving it general for me. I like it. Hey, we're seeing new faces. We're seeing new faces in the top 8 of SSA. This is always a good thing, and not necessarily new faces of SSA, but new makeups, new shakeups of the teams. Like, I love seeing that story of Team Fusion almost make their way into the top 4 of SSA. They came from the bottom of closed quals. Don't forget about that. But looking ahead to tomorrow, I'm very much anticipating Orlando Pirates versus White Rabbit Gaming. What we can't forget is that White Rabbit Gaming made their top 2 pursuit last split by defeating the Orlando Pirates in the semifinals. This is a grudge match. This is a rivalry that's kind of stoked up here. Orlando Pirates have not defeated White Rabbit Gaming yet this season. So that's going to be huge. Championship Sunday tomorrow is going to be very fun.
All right, and Ultrazim, your wrap up and throw forward.
Oh man, I think Pyro's hit the nail on the head. That's going to be the big matchup, Orlando Pirates versus ATK. As the points currently stand, Orlando Pirates 6 points ahead of ATK and White Rabbit Gaming. So at this stage, we're kind of expecting Limitless to take out ATK there. That match, we pretty much, or at least I'm just going to say personally, I think that one's a foregone conclusion, or at least I think as far as Snowy's concerned, he thinks the same. Which means ATK is going to stay at the same place. If White Rabbit Gaming win that, they suddenly overtake ATK and start to really narrow that gap down to Orlando Pirates. If Orlando Pirates win this, they get a massive points breakaway that they can use for the rest of Rlcs and try and get that one step closer towards the second wild card slot. They don't have to win after that. Even the next finals after that, Limitless pretty much the favorites to go against either of these teams. So Orlando Pirates desperately just want to put their focus on that one game. Take out WRG, get themselves the points break, and then go forward until the rest of it. and just play their heart out. Man, if they could take out Limitless as well and really turn it out. And if there's any team that could, Orlando Pirates is always going to be my bet for the team that could one day take this series off of Limitless.
The little engine that could. All right. Well, there were 16 on Friday night. There were 8 today. Tomorrow there will only be We have our top 4. 3 more series will decide the Winter Open Regional Champion tomorrow afternoon. Stream up at 4:30, kickoff at 5 o'clock. And I'm aware we had audio issues today. We understand. I think we've isolated where the problem is, so there won't be any of that tomorrow. So as we go forth and iron out our technical issues, ACGL and the production team, once again, thank you very much. Blank, Reggie, and then of course our talent, our desk, Ultras and Triple M, Pyrage, and of course Muzz. And we will be back tomorrow. So thank you to everybody. Thanks to the talent. Thanks to you for watching and being lively and vibrant in chat. That'll wrap it up for us today. See you for Championship Sunday tomorrow afternoon.